A very warm welcome everyone, and hello from Ostrava in the Czech Republic for the second day of NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2025. I'm Ben Dunnell. I'm delighted to be your host to take you through several hours of air and ground action at this unique NATO event here at Leoš Janáček Airport, not far from the great city of Ostrava. Planes TV are going to be with you for the next several hours, bringing you all the flying displays and also all the ground displays that are such a potent feature of this event, because it's not just an air show, it's very much a defence and security event with participation from right across the NATO alliance. Among the highlights will be two of the Royal Air Force's display teams, and in just a few moments we were hoping to be kicking off with one of those, but I've just heard this very moment that unfortunately the wind conditions are out of limits for the Royal Air Force parachute display team, the Falcons, to drop. So there will be a bit of a longer wait until we get the show on the road with, I believe, the first of our ground items on the schedule for today. And we do still hope to see the second of those Royal Air Force display teams, the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows, who will not be so affected by the wind conditions, later on in today's programme. There's a good view over the show site, starting to gradually fill up. The gates have only just opened here, but it's going to be a beautiful day, if a rather breezy one, so we'll have to see what happens in relation to some of the other parachute drops that we've got planned for today's show. As ever, there is a strong presence from NATO Days partner nation. Every year the show selects a particular partner nation from within the NATO alliance. This year that country is Italy, and we've got some excellent contributions from them in the flying display today, including 3 items from their flight test centre, the Reparto Sperimentale Volo, also a very, very rare and very good full display from an AV-8B Harrier II of the Italian Navy, and we hope, wind conditions permitting, to see a parachute drop from Italian Special Forces. But much more of all of that and a great deal else coming up later in the programme here from Ostrava. So with that very last minute change to the flying programme, of which I was literally notified while I was talking to you, what have we got coming up over the next several hours? Well, we are going to be straight on with the first of our ground displays as the Falcon's jump ship, the Summit Air Dornier Do 228, lands on the main runway here at Leoš Janáček Airport. The first of those ground displays is the CV-90 being exhibited by BAE Systems, future equipment that for the Czech Army, and then we're on into the aviation action with an excellent show from the Eurocopter Tiger attack helicopter of the German Army. Then we've got Aero Vodochody, the Czech aircraft manufacturer, with the only civilian display of the flying programme, their L-39 Skyfox, the latest version of the L-39 trainer family. And then the first of our joint ground and air set pieces, an ambush of an enemy position with representatives of the 53rd Regiment of Reconnaissance and Electronic Warfare and the 222nd Helicopter Squadron of the Czech Air Force with a MIL My-171Š version of the HIP helicopter. Then some aerobatics from the Slovenian Air Force Pilatus PC-9M, and after that we're back into the ground activity with the Ostrava Municipal Police demonstrating an intervention by their operational unit using service horses and dogs. If the wind allows, we then will have a paratroop jump from representatives of the Czech Army, the Polish Special Forces and the Italian Air Force, and then a bit of a break from both the flying and the ground activities, because we'll be having a ceremony to induct new members of the police and fire brigade, followed by an awards ceremony and the official opening ceremony for this second day of the event, followed by an opening shot from the CV-90 that we're shortly to see being demonstrated. After that, at about 11 o'clock local time here in the Czech Republic, we've got the German Air Force A400M, followed by a ground display from the Leopard 2A8 tank, and then the first of 3 national aerobatic teams on the schedule, Krila Oluje, Wings of Storm, from the Croatian Air Force with their PC-9Ms. A bit of history to follow that with the TL-37 artillery tractor from the Military History Institute in Prague being put through its paces, and then one of the greatest solo jet displays you will see anywhere, the Rafale C of the French Air and Space Force. That'll be followed by some more ground and air activity with a hostage rescue scenario enacted by the Czech Police Intervention Unit and the Polish AGAT Special Forces team. And then back to the tank exercise area with the Leopard 2A4 and the Titus Kovs. The Slovak Air Force to follow that with a display from their UH-60M Blackhawk. The Czech Foreign Police with a demonstration of arresting smugglers at the border. The solo display of the Luftwaffe, the German Air Force Eurofighter EF-2000. The Czech and Slovak Customs Services collaborating to demonstrate their task forces. And then the Turkish Stars from the Turkish Air Force with their NF-5s returning to Ostrava after a long break. And then a real highlight of the show, an attack on the front edge of enemy defences, including air support from 2 types not seen in the flying at NATO Days before in Czech Air Force service. 2 of the newest pieces of Czech equipment in the forms of the AH-1Z and UH-1Y. And then at just after 2 o'clock local time here, the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows, will be displaying, after which the Czech Customs Service puts on a demonstration of how to apprehend fleeing offenders. The partner nation Italy takes centre stage then with the C-27J Spartan giving its very impressive aerobatic display. The German Army's second contribution of the day, the NH-90 TTH, complete with flare firings. The Italian Air Force T-346A Master. Then the Czech Prison Service simulating an attack on a long-distance escort convoy. The AV-8B Harrier II Plus of the Italian Navy. Tatra Defence demonstrating the new Pandur 8x8 Evo, the Italian Air Force F-2000A Typhoon, the Italian Air Force Special Forces Paratroop Drop, and then as we come towards the end of the day, a couple more ceremonies, the Mayor's Cup for the best air display and the award for the best ground display, and they will be followed by the final display item, the solo Czech Air Force JAS-39C Gripen, and that takes the show through until a scheduled finish time today of just before 4:30 local time.
Tady vidíte bojové, že to bylo CE znamená Combat Vehicle, tady bojové vehicle.
So they're being demonstrated here by BAE Systems Haglunds. We have the CV-90 infantry fighting vehicle. This very effective piece of kit, currently operational in Ukraine. It's being used by 10 nations, and it's the variant that has been selected for future operation by the Czech Republic. So that means it's the CV90-30CZ Mark IV. This vehicle weighs about 37 tons, an 860 horsepower engine, maximum speed forwards of 70 kilometers per hour and 32 kilometers per hour backwards. And the composite track that forms part of the driveline reduces noise and vibration on board, and it ensures that the vehicle has excellent mobility in all terrain, including mud and deep snow. We have had gloopy mud here on the tank exercise area in front of our commentary position here at NATO Days in the past, not least when I was last doing the English live stream 3 years ago. A huge contrast this weekend. Instead, we've got choking dust that's only going to get even more prominent as the day goes on. The CV90 also has an active suspension system which enables it to achieve higher speeds when going cross-country. In Czech service, it's going to replace the outdated Soviet-era BVP-2s, and it is much more capable. The CV90 able to carry up to 8 fully armed soldiers and provide them thereafter with fire support. 246 units of this vehicle have been placed on order for the Czech Army across 7 different variants, and deliveries are due by 2030. Now, as with modern combat aircraft, self-protection is vital for a vehicle like this. And this has protection against rounds of up to 30mm caliber on the frontal arc. And the design has built in a high degree of protection against landmines as well. Other features include 10 76mm smoke grenade launchers, of which 2 are multi-purpose, and those are connected to the vehicle's laser warning system, which allows the crew to take timely action in the event of a threat. It's also got an active protection system called Iron Fist, which protects the vehicle from rockets and missiles by means of detecting and then destroying them. And there's jamming kit on board to help protect it against IEDs and drones. This latest version of the CV90 has a new turret which incorporates a 30mm automatic cannon with an air burst capability. And as it comes past again, next to the main gun, you might just be able to see the coaxial machine gun, which is capable of carrying 1,500 rounds of 7.62mm caliber ammunition. The vehicle commander has at their disposal a fully independent and stabilised sight, equipped with a day camera, a thermal camera and a laser rangefinder, so it's got full hunter-killer capability. And on the right-hand side of that turret can be fitted a pair of Spike LR2 anti-tank missiles with 6 kilometre range. From the 8 troops it can carry, it's got a crew of 3, and systems help protect them against the sort of chemical or biological warfare threats that they might encounter on the battlefield. And those cameras that I mentioned give a full 360-degree view around the vehicle, all part of increasing the crew's situational awareness, and that of course a feature of all modern combat aircraft. SA is considered to be increasingly vital in the modern battle space, and so it is on the ground as well. The Czech deal for the 246 CV90s was approved in May 2023, and the first one built for the Czech Republic was unveiled in Sweden only a few weeks ago in late August, and amongst those present were the Ministers of Defence of both the Czech Republic and Sweden. "39 of the CV90s destined for the Czech Republic will be built in Sweden, with the first few being dedicated to testing. Thereafter, the next 207 will be built by the state-owned Czech company VOP-CZ. And the first of them set to arrive in the Czech Republic during 2026, but the majority of deliveries between 2027 and 2030. We'll talk a number of times today about the Czech 7th Mechanised Brigade, a very important part of the Czech Republic's future contribution to NATO, and the CV90 is one of the pieces of equipment that's being procured to rearm the battalions within that brigade.
Celá filozofie vozidla je v podstatě tak taková, že to vozidlo je designované a postaveno doslova okolo osádky, to znamená, že mají dost prostoru a že dost pohodlně zaděleno, tak aby tam mohli právě dlouhé hodiny. Aby celá osádka vojáci měli takový společný operační odraz, to znamená představu o tom, co se děje okolo vozidla, protože jak vidíte, nejsou tam žádná velká okna, tak vozidlo obsahuje kamerový systém, který umožňuje na různých místech vozidla, uvnitř tedy, sledovat na několika obrazovkách, co se vlastně děje. Která umožňuje vysílat elektronický společný operační obraz s dalšími vozidly, tak aby všichni v celé jednotce, na celém útvaru aby viděli, co se děje. Jedno vozidlo může pokud například přidat informativního pouze se všem ostatním vozidlům a to umožňuje veliteli celé jednotce se efektivně vozidlo.
And quite apart from the state enterprise here called VOP-CZ, which will be the main builder of the CV-90 fleet for the Czech Army, there are 4 other main suppliers from Czech industry and a number of other Czech companies will be involved in the procurement as well. So there are significant benefits domestically as part of the purchase of this vehicle, quite apart from the contribution it'll make to the Czech Republic's provision towards NATO's defences.
Nás už za chviličku čeká vystoupení německých vzdušných sil, vidíme svůj Tiger. A já jsem moc rád, že o komentář se postará vzácný host, kterého už za chviličku přivítá pilot vrtulníku H-1 22. základny vrtulníkového útvaru náměstí nad Ostravou, pan kapitán Tomáš Vodochody.
Krásné ráno. Jako pilotu vrtulníku je mi velkým potěšením, že na dnech na to se představí nejenom světoznámé aerobatické skupiny, proudové letouny, ale budeme tady velké množství nádherných vrtulníkových ukázek a jedna z nich bude ukázka vrtulníku Tiger.
So we complete the demonstration of the CV-90 from BAE Systems, and we're into now the first of our air displays, and it's a very rare one and a very impressive one indeed. A big contribution being made to this year's NATO Days by the German armed forces, as indeed they're making a much larger contribution to the European air show circuit generally. But this is an act that we have seen very little of in recent years, certainly outside of Germany. A very impressive combat helicopter, one that is very definitely combat proven these days as well. It comes from Kampfhubschrauber Regiment, or Attack Helicopter Regiment 36 of the German Army Aviation Branch, the Heeresflieger, stationed at Fritzlar. It's the Eurocopter, now Airbus Tiger KHT, Kampfhubschrauber Tiger. And it starts the display in very lively fashion indeed. Straight into what's basically a loop at the start of a routine that's made up of tactical manoeuvres, demonstrating a little of what this machine is capable of on the battlefield. It was designed as a pan-European rival to the likes of the AH-64 Apache. The manufacturer has been through several names. It was originally a joint product of France's Aerospatiale and Germany's Messerschmitt Bölkow Blohm, or MBB. That then turned into Eurocopter, and now it's part, as I said, of the Airbus stable. Right from the outset, manoeuvrability and low observability were seen as key to the concept. The configuration sees the pilot sitting up front with the gunner behind, and that very prominent roof-mounted sight feeds pictures to the crew from a TV camera offering 3 fields of view. Both the pilot and the gunner have helmet-mounted sights showing both flight and firing data. Either crew member is actually able to fly the helicopter or look after the weapon systems. And it's a wide array of weapons systems. On the nose turret, there's a 30mm gun with 450 rounds, firing at a rate of 750 a minute. It can also be fitted with 68 or 70mm rockets, Mistral air-to-air missiles, the PARS 3 fire and forget anti-tank rockets, the Hellfire laser-guided or Spike ER air-to-ground missiles. But the mix that's carried depends on the role that the helicopter is fulfilling on any particular sortie, whether that be attack, fire support, escort, armed reconnaissance, or even air-to-air missions. You can get a good idea there of the very small silhouette that the Tiger presents. It's also got a low infrared signature. And the rigid rotor affords excellent agility. The main rotor is also foldable for shipboard operations. About 180 have been delivered so far. This KHT, Kampfhubschrauber Tiger version of the German Army used to be the UHT, the Unterstützungshubschrauber or support helicopter Tiger. The French Army has the HAP version, the Hélicoptère d'appui protection, and the HAD, Hélicoptère d'appui destruction, the latter of which has improved hot and high capabilities. They're also flown by the Spanish Army, and the Australian Army received a bespoke armed reconnaissance helicopter version. As for deployments, well, the first operational use was by the French in Afghanistan in 2009. They deployed it off the coast of Libya aboard an amphibious helicopter carrier in 2011. Both the German and Spanish armies have flown the Tiger in Afghanistan. It's been announced that both France and Spain will be upgrading their fleets under the Tiger Mark III programme. Germany, however, decided not to be involved in that. They have a plan to phase the Tiger out, but until that point is reached, they're bringing the fleet to a common standard, which is known as ASGARD, standing for Afghanistan Stabilisation German Army Rapid Deployment. And that's giving these helicopters improved armour protection and communications equipment and a new mission data recorder, amongst other features. Another excellent illustration there of just how agile this helicopter has always been. In German service, the Tiger is armed with an M3P 12.7mm machine gun in a heavy machine gun pod, of which it can carry a maximum of 2. It can take a maximum of 19 unguided 70mm rockets, 4 PARS 3 LR anti-tank rockets with a range of up to 7 kilometres, and indeed 2 Stinger infrared guided air-to-air rockets for use against aircraft or other helicopters. The original plan was that these machines would stay in service with the German Army until 2038, but under the latest plans, the fleet will be reduced to 33 of them by 2028, and at least 24, the official announcement said, by 2032, with retirement the following year. Replacement coming in the form of the Airbus H-145M, equipped with the modular Airbus H-Force system, which will allow various weapon systems to be integrated. 82 of those helicopters, 62 plus 20 options, on order for the German Armed Forces, the Bundeswehr, of which 57 are scheduled to go to the Army. There's just one operational wing of Tigers in the German Army, Kampfhubschrauber Regiment 36 at Fritzlar. Training for both French and German crews on this helicopter is carried out by the French in a joint operation at Le Luc. Really stylish demonstration, I'm sure you'll agree, by Captains Kopnik and Hoos on the German Army Airbus Tiger KHT. Really nice to have the German Army Tiger displaying at NATO Days. An excellent performer indeed. And maybe if you've not watched our coverage here on Plains TV of NATO Days before, you might have got a little sense while looking at that display of the layout of our show site here, because it's quite unusual. There on your screen now, the Tiger proceeding to the main display aircraft parking area, which is on the far side of the airfield from us, but that's actually the civil airport terminal side of Ostrava's Leoš Janáček Airport. You can see the main runway in your picture there as well, but that's not the display line. The display line is actually pretty much at 90 degrees to that. It runs across the airfield along the front of a crowd line some way in front of our commentary position here, and this commentary position is itself right behind the main ground demonstration area and the tank and other vehicle exercise area where we saw the CV-90 go through its paces just before. And there on the main runway is our next display aircraft, and the only civilian aeroplane in the show because it's owned by its manufacturer, although as you can see there it does have a military serial. This is a very interesting aeroplane, and I'm sure a lot of you will recognise pretty immediately what type it is, the Aero Vodochody L39, but you might be thinking, well, there are some rather different attributes to it. For example, it hasn't got the big wingtip mounted fuel tanks that are such a feature of the standard L39 design. Well, this is because this is the newest generation version of this very long-running family, which started out with a maiden flight in 1968 as the world's first production turbofan-engined trainer. But here it is in a very new guise, the Aero Vodochody L39 Skyfox. The original L39 Albatross was developed as a successor to the very successful Aero Vodochody designed and built L29 Delphine, and the aim was that this would become the standard Warsaw-packed straight-through jet trainer. And it entered service as far back as 1974 with the then Czechoslovak Air Force, and it did go on to be adopted by a good many, though not all, Warsaw-packed nations and other states in the Soviet sphere of influence. Always a very simple, tough and rugged airframe, and it was always able to operate off grass and other unprepared surfaces. But quite clearly the earlier generation L39s not the best suited to hopefully transitioning the pilots that they're used to train onto the current generation of combat jets like the Gripen, like the Typhoon, like the F-35. And so it was that Aero Vodochody came up with this, which was known as the L39NG for next generation, and it first flew just before Christmas in 2018, now known as the Skyfox. And one of the key changes is the engine. The older L39s used the Soviet-designed Ivchenko AI-25 turbofan of just under 3,800 pounds of thrust, but on the Skyfox it's the Williams International FJ44 that drives it along. It produces about the same power, but of course it's much more economical, lower fuel burn, generally far more efficient. Couple that with all the new avionics on board, and you've got yourself what is in effect a new airframe, but still very recognisably an L39. And it's achieved quite a few export orders. Ghana, Hungary and Vietnam have purchased these aeroplanes, which went into series production in 2023 and entered service with Hungary and Vietnam the following year. But in the context of where we are now, it's the order for the Czech Air Force that's most significant. The Skyfox has started equipping the CLV, the Flight Training Centre of the Czech Air Force, based at Pardubice and operated by LOM Praha. It took 4 aircraft into service, and there's an option for another 4. The last of them was delivered only last month, and the first training flight at the CLV on the new Skyfox took place earlier this year in February. And already it's proving its worth in terms of being a better step from this aircraft into the Czech Air Force's current frontline fighter, the S-39 Gripen. the same will be true when the F-35A Lightning II comes along to replace the Czech Gripens. Much lighter than the earlier L-39s as well, a great deal of composite technology used in the airframe. It's also slipperier, not least due to the absence of those wingtip tanks. In the cockpit, it's got all the features you'd expect of a modern jet trainer. Digital head-up display, hands-on throttle and stick controls, multifunction displays. In short, everything you'll find in the cockpit of something like an F-35. Yet, operating costs are still pretty low with this aeroplane, and it's still multi-role capable. They can be used on light attack missions if necessary. There are 5 underwing hardpoints that can be carried with a payload of up to 1,650 kilos, and you can still fly one of these from an unprepared strip.
No a pak máme ještě prototyp číslo 4, což je opět letový prototyp a ten už opravdu představuje tu produkční generaci.
The CLV has got one of the Czech Air Force's first L-39 Skyfoxes on display here for the first time at NATO Days. This is a manufacturer's demonstrator aeroplane from the Aero Vodochody fleet.
Protože těsně před touto akcí probíhala proces konference které se zúčastnila letectva prakticky z celého světa. V rámci toho
And it's one of the company's test pilots, Vladimír Tovarek, who was displaying the aeroplane for us today. I'll be interested to see whether the Skyfox attracts any interest on the civilian market as time goes on. Had the Breitling jet team, that long-time stalwart of European and indeed worldwide air shows, carried on operating rather than being disbanded, the plan was that they would adopt the L-39NG, as the Skyfox was then known. Sadly, that didn't happen, but you could certainly see this aeroplane gaining some traction among well-heeled private owners and civilian display teams, of which there are several the world over that still operate earlier L-39s. Vladimír Tovarek then coming into land with the L-39 Skyfox. And there's a good view of the main runway in the context of the crowd area here at NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days. There's the airport terminal in the background. There'll be various commercial movements taking place from there over the course of the day. Quite a lot of them coordinated to coincide with the ground displays here at the show site, so as to interrupt the air displays to the minimum possible extent. There are also quite a lot of aviation businesses over on the far side of the field. The largest hangars belonging to a company called Job Air, which undertakes painting and finishing and maintenance work on quite a variety of airliners, particularly Airbus A320 family aeroplanes, of which we've seen quite a lot on the airfield over the few days that we've been here. The crowd still filling up. Still pretty early in the morning here, 8:30 local time in the UK, 9:30 here. But a great deal to look forward to as we run through our Day 2 programme of NATO Days. Now we're shortly to move on to the first of our displays, combining ground and air assets.
Ostrava, společnost, sexuální podporu na aktivná ministerstvo obrany České republiky a Rekonstrukce kraji, hlavní podporu sanitárního město Ostrava, generální partner
Unfortunately, I've just heard that the first of the paratroop displays, like the RAF Falcons earlier, has had to be cancelled due to the wind. It's a gorgeous day here, but the breeze is rather stiff, so it's not looking that good for any of the parachuting that we've got scheduled later on as well, with the Italian Special Forces drop towards the end of the programme. But we'll see, maybe it'll have abated a little by then. But nothing thus far to affect any of the other items on our programme. And there's the helicopter that'll be joining in our next scenario, getting airborne. You can see the National Display Team aircraft parked over there as well. Those are the Red Arrows, the Turkish Stars and Krila Oluje. The helicopter we saw getting airborne, a real workhorse of the Czech Air Force, the MIL Mi-171 in its Mi-171 Sh version, operated by the 222nd Helicopter Squadron, stationed at Náměšť nad Ostravu. And in this display, it's going to be combining with elements of the 53rd Regiment of Reconnaissance and Electronic Warfare. They're on board the helicopter as it transits into the battlefield. And the Mi-171 will be conducting a fast roping insertion of the members of that unit. You can see the cabin door open, and once it's established in the hover, we see the deployment via fast rope. Once they're on the ground, the Mi-171 will clear off, ready to support the operation further if needed. The operation being the rescue of a captive from enemy hands. They're being held in that small tented encampment. But soon we'll see the Czech Army forces advancing on them. Of course, you need to imagine that in a real-world operation, the helicopter would have landed as far out of earshot of the position of the hostage takers as possible. And now they're making a covert insertion into that area of the battlefield, attempting to use an element of surprise to overcome the enemy hostage takers. As you can see, they've opened fire and are now ready to effect the hostage rescue. You can see them there checking for concealed weapons. But unfortunately, it looks as though other elements of the hostiles are about to make their presence felt. A pair of long wheelbase Land Rover Defenders have entered the fray, and a firefight has broken out. One of the Czech Army troops there furiously reloading his gun. And it's a pretty intense combat that's broken out. But at least one of the enemy who arrived in the Land Rovers has been disabled. And the Czech troops having successfully taken the hostage with them, have now put a smoke grenade onto the battlefield to aid the Mi-171 in detecting the landing zone and of course ascertaining the wind direction. And with the freed hostage among them, they're now making their way across to the area where the helicopter will take them back on board. This time they're going to embark the helicopter on the ground. It's touched down and shortly they'll be called forward to enter via the open door. And there they go, you can see the released hostage very clearly there. Making their way up to the Mi-171 NATO codename HIP, of course, for the Mi-8, Mi-17 and 171 family. It is lifting off. Mission successfully completed by the Mi-171 crew. The pilot, Captain Wojciech Holiczka. The co-pilot, Captain Jakub Halawacz. The weapons operator, Master Sergeant Jiří Jesch. And the technician, Master Sergeant Martin Pekazik. They from the 222nd Helicopter Squadron of the Czech Air Force at Náměšť nad Ostravou. More from the base there later on with some of its newest equipment. that the latest model of My 171 with a rear ramp as opposed to the former clamshell doors. A really versatile, really rugged machine, one of the few remaining Warsaw Pact era designs still in service with the Czech Air Force. But again, very much a new helicopter. They're being brought up to the latest standards across the fleet, with multifunction displays for both pilots, updated communications and navigation equipment. Some of them are getting extra ballistic protection. A real jack of all trades. This event, incidentally, is the 25th running of NATO Days here at Ostrava, and it's a bit of a belated milestone because it should have happened last year. Unfortunately, the 25th edition in 2024 had to be cancelled due to devastating floods in this part of the Czech Republic. And the My 171 crews from Náměšť nad Oslavou were among those very heavily engaged indeed in the response. It was very definitely, given the level of devastation, the right decision to cancel the air show last year. But we're all the more delighted to be back here in 2025, and especially to watch displays of the calibre of the next one that we're seeing getting airborne from the Slovenian Air Force, the Pilatus PC-9M. Now, those of you who are regular viewers of Plains TV's live streams, especially from the Royal International Air Tattoo, will be very familiar with the Slovenian PC-9 display. It's a multi-award winner at Riat in the hands of its regular display pilot, Captain Andrei Fiorelli, with a quite brilliant routine. Well, a bit of a change here. It's a different display pilot here at NATO Days, Captain Lynn Regali, but still from the 152nd Fixed Wing Squadron at Cerklia ob Krki. And this display profile is similar in many ways to Andrei Fiorelli's, but a few of the particularly demanding negative G elements have been removed, and there's also no elongated slow roll. But nevertheless, it's a really nice demonstration of the handling qualities and the capabilities of the most potent fixed-wing asset in the relatively small Slovenian Air Force. And as with Andrei Fiorelli, Lynn Regali here, often throwing in, say, an extra roll at the apex of a loop, rather than just flying a conventional loop, in what's a very warlike looking aeroplane in the camouflage the Slovenians have had applied to it, because this is their main combat type. And it's got very impressive vertical performance. Up there into a stall turn. With a full roll on the downline. And this is a really impressive manoeuvre for what's not the most potent aircraft in the show, with its 950 shaft horsepower Pratt & Whitney Canada PT6 turboprop engine, a full vertical S. And it's used to gain height to enter a spin. About 4 and a bit turns. These aircraft are regular participants in the Slovenian service in multinational military exercises. Among other tasks, they help train forward air controllers from different NATO countries. But the Slovenians use them for a whole gamut of roles. There's training, that being the initial intended purpose of the PC-9 design, but also close air support, light attack, convoy protection, intercepts of slow-moving aeroplanes, and armed reconnaissances. And to all those ends, they can carry weaponry like Mark 82 bombs, the AIM-9L Sidewinder air-to-air missile, gun pods, 2.75-inch unguided rockets, and others. And the Slovenian PC-9s notched up a real milestone in November 2023 when they conducted their first live air-to-air firing session. They were operating from Andravida in Greece alongside the F-4E Phantoms of the Hellenic Air Force's 117 Combat Wing. And they used a towed target sleeve developed by Kinetic in the UK, which provided instant data to the Slovenian pilots on the number of shots they'd expended and the accuracy of their firing. As far as the air defence mission is concerned, Slovenia has been a NATO member since 2004, and it's part of the alliance's integrated air and missile defence system, but it doesn't have any dedicated fighter aircraft of its own, as we see the PC-9M slowing down, lowering the undercarriage, getting ready for a roll during which the gear will be retracted. Air defence of Slovenian airspace has been provided since 2007 by Italian Air Force Typhoons, and from 2014 the Gripens of the Hungarian Air Force as well. Though, as I say, the PC-9Ms can be used to intercept slow movers. Airspace control is provided from Slovenia's own air command and control facility at Brnik near Ljubljana. Data is fed from there into NATO's own Combined Air Operations Centre, the CAOC, at Torrejon in Spain. And in playing their own part in national airspace protection, since 2017, Slovenia's PC-9Ms, like this one, have flown weekly interception exercises, which helps train not only pilots but also those who are involved on the ground in airspace surveillance and control procedures. Now, there is an extremely uncomfortable negative G element to this display. We'll be seeing several more of these aircraft later on when we see Croatia's national aerobatic team, Wings of Storm, or Krila Oluje. Croatia, one of the other customers for this type. Also in service with Bulgaria, the Irish Republic, Oman and Thailand. A wing rock to denote the final pass. And there's the aircraft braking downwind behind the show site here to turn on to final approach to the main airport runway. So, Captain Lynn Regali of the Slovenian Air Force with the Pilatus PC-9M, the Hudornik as they call it, or the Swift, coming into land. But now it's time for the first of our non-military ground displays, and once again it's a great pleasure to have a dedicated commentator for all of those during the day, and so I'll hand you over now to Dalibor Cibulka. Dalibor, a very good morning.
Good morning to you, Ben. Thank you very much. So the following demonstration will concern intervention of the operational unit using service dogs and service horses. It's by Ostrava Municipal Police. So they are already prepared for this demonstration in the area in front of us. So the tactical and public order units of the Ostrava Municipal Police will present their demonstration of an intervention against public order offenders. They will be supported by service dogs and horses, showcasing the excellent work of the force's canine and mounted units. The commander of the riot control unit will call on individuals to stop disturbing public order and to peacefully leave the area. However, the call will not be obeyed. The mounted police unit, on the command of the riot control group leader, will disturb integrity of the crowd with their horses and will subsequently secure the other intervening units. The riot control unit will immediately detain pre-identified individuals, conducting a search to check whether the individuals are hiding any weapons, and then they will be taken in for further procedures. On the outer perimeter, service dogs will intervene against individuals attempting to disrupt the course of the operation. So this is in short what you can expect and see in the following demonstration. You can already see the motorcade followed by mounted police on horses and also the rioters. Now, what to say about their operational section, some background. It was established in 2008 by merging the previous sections of kinology, hippology and technical. This workplace includes the patrol service, marshalling, hippology and kinology groups. As for the hippology group, there are also situations when a horse in the experienced hands of a law enforcement officer becomes an irreplaceable assistant in ensuring public order and the safety of citizens. These are various cultural, sports and social events with large attendance, demonstrations or illegal gatherings. In almost every city, there are locations that are more easily accessible on horseback than by motor vehicles. These include parks, garden colonies, recreational areas, riverbanks and historic city centers. Patrol service carried out in certain locations on horseback is in many ways more effective and efficient than the classic service on foot, and is also more gentle and considerate of the environment. The origins of the mounted police in the Ostrava region date back to 1899. However, this beautiful tradition completely disappeared in the Czech Republic after World War II in 1945. Therefore, when the mounted unit of the Ostrava City Police was established in the spring of 1992, its beginnings were not easy. But, as you can see, they managed to get over initial obstacles and they are successful nowadays. Horses are specially trained to handle risky situations. They get used to distractions such as passing cars, fireworks or banners and flags widely used by demonstrators. They must be resistant to shouting, fire or shooting. They learn to overcome various obstacles they may encounter in the city, such as walking up and down stairs. Of course, training and testing do not only apply to horses. Police officers who are classified as hippologists must also undergo demanding training. Only after they have mastered it, they can be sent on duty in the saddle of a horse. Regarding the kinology group, police dog handlers are specially trained in intervention tactics, but they are primarily dedicated to training service dogs. This training is very demanding, not only physically, but also in terms of theoretical preparation and the ability to use your knowledge and experience in the practical training of a service dog. This work requires maximum dedication and the ability to devote yourself to it regardless of your free time. The most common breed is Belgian Malinois. Belgian Shepherds are known to be highly intelligent, alert and sensitive. They are typically highly trainable, vigilant and hard-working with a strong guarding instinct, making them protective of property and family and very well suited for service with security services. Concerning Public Order Service Group, the work of this group also consists of marshalling. It means ensuring public order within the city of Ostrava. There is also a patrol service group which ensures supervision of objects connected to the centralized security desk, speed measurement by means of laser devices and with informative radar, assessment of vehicle towing and its implementation, use of technical means to prevent vehicle departure, operation of a mobile siren in crisis situations, operation of a mobile camera system, operation of a noise meter and noise laboratory, operation of a breath alcohol meter, and a lot more. So you can see Belgian Malinois, that's the dog with fair light color of fur, and two German Shepherds. Regarding the mounted police, at the moment they have available 340 horses. And they can also, by using these dogs, reach inaccessible areas, urban areas. And 20 in the afternoon shift. So now you can see the mounted police ready for the final parade. The breed of the horses is typically Czech Kladrubský horse, and it comes in two color variants, typically white and black. So the horses are saying goodbye to the crowds. The horse is also used as a ceremonial animal. So this breed of horse connects robustness, sleekness, elegance, and ability and willingness to work, and also reliability. The basic training of the horse takes 1 year, which is followed on by the next specialized training, which takes on, and it doesn't stop. These horses come to service at the age of 4, and the rest of their life they serve in this police service. In 1995, this old Kladrub horse became the national heritage, and it was recognized by the UNESCO organization as a living thing, one of very little. So this hippo group is really irreplaceable. They are used for calming down crowds, and one horse can substitute up to 30 police officers or, for example, 4 service dogs. Next, they are used also for ceremonial activities to escort. But at the same time, should there be any disturbing of these ceremonial activities or acts, they are ready to interfere. Also, they can help with search activities in concord with the state police of the Czech Republic. They serve as a preventive measure in national parks and especially in city parks. Also in garden colonies, especially in fall seasons. So, ladies and gentlemen, this was the demonstration of Ostrava Municipal Police with their horses and dogs, and I'm handing the microphone over to my colleague Ben again.
Thank you, Dalibor. Always lovely to see the police horses in particular. They're magnificent beasts, aren't they?
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you. We'll be hearing from Dalibor many times over the rest of the day here at NATO Days 2025. Quick update on what we've got coming up. As I mentioned, the paratroopers jump we were hoping to see now has been ruled out by the wind, so we'll be moving on to the Leopard 2A8 tank, and then we've got a bit of a break because we've got new members of the Czech Police and Fire Brigade swearing an oath, followed by the Governor's Award and then the official opening ceremony of day 2 of the event. We'll be back on with the flying displays at about 11:05 local time, so in just over 3/4 of an hour from now with the Luftwaffe A400M. But we now see taking to the battlefield the KNDS Leopard 2A8 tank. This main battle tank is going to become a very familiar sight, I think, at NATO Days in future, because it's going to be the future backbone of the modern heavy brigade of the Czech Army, replacing the T-72 M4CZ of Soviet-era design, and backing up the older Leopard 2A4s, one of which I think we're seeing later, that are already in service. The manufacturer, KNDS, headquartered in Munich, formerly known as the Krauss Maffei Group, being exhibited here by its manufacturer. 44 of these new 2A8 models are on order by the Czech Republic, and they're due to be coming into service by 2031. A view there on screen of some of those who are going to be taking part in the next item on the programme as the Leopard 2A8 goes through its very dusty paces on the tank exercise area. Nice view there of the main firepower of this tank, the 120mm caliber L55A1 smoothbore gun, which has a higher muzzle velocity than its predecessors and is of course compatible with the latest programmable ammunition. The 2A4 model of the Leopard has the shorter L44 gun. This has much greater range and penetration against advanced armour that they may come up against. And there have been major advances in the tank's own armour. It features advanced composite armour, the roof and belly are particularly reinforced. And then again, as we were talking about earlier with the CV90, self-protection is very much on the agenda. The tank is equipped with an active protection system to intercept incoming missiles. In contrast, the older A4 model still uses passive armour dating back to the 1980s, so is more vulnerable to attacks from above, not least on the part of drones. Once again, all the latest kit embodied in this, the latest thermal sights and panoramic optical sensors, able to operate by day and night, allowing precision target acquisition in all conditions. There are laser warning receivers on board, a 360-degree situational awareness suite. Now this is, as you can see, a big beast. It weighs about 65 to 69 tons. The A4 model of the Leopard weighs 55 tons, but the top speed is pretty much the same. It weighs more because the armour on it is thicker and the active protection gear adds weight, but the power output has been up to 1500 horsepower from the diesel engine of this tank. So while it might not be quite as agile as its predecessor, it's pretty much as quick, and survivability is that much greater.
jak vidíte, tam tež pastují do bezpečného prostoru a tímto se s vámi pan Leopard 2 a tam přesně generace Turků, který loučí. Díky za pozornost.
Tak děkujeme, i tahle ukázka se rozhodně zaslouží velký potlesk. Viděli jsme tady Leopard 2 a objevu společnosti KNDS. Za komentář děkujeme kapitánu Martinu Poborskému z 21.
So good to see the Leopard 2A8 appearing at NATO Days 2025. But now we see a regular feature and another of the unique features of this show about to take place in front of us. Very much an event that includes representation from many different, not just branches of the armed services, but also civilian services as well. And it's back to Dalibor Cibulka to describe it for you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, there will be a special ceremonial event in a couple of moments. There will be a lot of demonstrations of aerobatic planes in the air.
Ještě mezi tím stihli otočku nad pražským Karlovým mostem, kde se sformovali s českými Gripeny a udělali krásnou vyhlídku, krásný průlet pro všechny hosty hlavního města Prahy. Poté v průběhu odpoledních hodin, někdy kolem 17. hodiny ve čtvrtek přistáli tady. Včera měli generální, respektive v pátek měli generální zkoušku, včera první vystoupení, dneska druhé a mají toho před sebou ještě hodně, protože je čekají ještě 2 evropské přehlídky a celý program Red Arrows zakončí letos 4. října doma ve Velké Británii na závěrečné letecké přehlídce, takže držíme palce. 9členná formace Red Arrows bude v průběhu dneška určitě k vidění, takže se opravdu máte na co těšit. Z akrobatických skupin můžu zmínit třeba taky tureckou skupinu Turkish Stars a rozhodně hodně zajímavá bude taky chorvatská skupina Křídla bouře, Krila Oluje, neboli Wings of Storm, chcete-li anglicky. Letos máme poprvé partnerským státem Itálii, je to už 7. partnerský stát v historii dnu NATO. Itálie letos předvádí nejenom pozemní techniku, nejenom vzdušné síly, ale taky námořní techniku. Už včera jsme měli možnost vidět stroj Harrier, který je jedinečný tím, že se dokáže vznést z jednoho místa kolmo, takže se využívá právě na námořních lodích vrtulníkového typu. Poprvé jsme letoun Harrier viděli tady na dnech NATO v roce 2010 v podání britských vzdušných sil. Letos se s ním poprvé představí právě partnerská Itálie. No a protože Italové nepoužívají ten název Harrier, ale říkají stroji Harrier, tak budeme brát v potaz právě tuto verzi výslovnosti. Dámy a pánové, vypadá to, že všechno už je připraveno. Slavnostní slib policistů a hasičů může začít a já zkusím dolů na plochu dynamických ukázek předat slovo komentátorovi, který vás provede celou slavnostní událostí a zároveň v jeho režii bude také slavnostní zahájení. Dostal jsem informaci, že ještě chviličku čekáme, tak toho času využijeme třeba k tomu, že vás můžu pozvat jednak do vysílacího studia Rádia Čas, kde se můžete podívat, jak se dělá rádio. Máme tam i vyhlídkovou plošinu, která vás sveze nahoru. Třeba se domluvíte a podíváte se z ptačí perspektivy na všechno to, co se děje ve vzduchu i na zemi tady na dnech NATO. Dnes je ve vysílacím studiu Rádia Čas můj kolega Ivo Raška, tak se tam za ním můžete zastavit. Rádio Čas je mediálním partnerem, je mi ctí být součástí týmu Rádia Čas i součástí týmu tady na letišti Leoše Janačka. Mé jméno je Honza Gavelčík, jsem rád, že se letos na dnech NATO opět můžeme sejít a máme taky příležitost hned Dvě příležitosti k tomu, abychom mohli pomáhat letos v rámci dnu NATO. Jednak můžeme navštívit bílý stánek, který se nachází poblíž runwaye, poblíž přistávací dráhy na té travnaté ploše, poblíž statické ukázky letadel. Cesta naděje života, bílý stan, právě tam můžeme pomoci rodinám oběti válek, případně válečným sirotkům, a to tak, že dáme libovolný příspěvek. A ještě jednou můžeme pomáhat, ještě jedna možnost, jak můžeme pomoci druhým, to je navštívit stánek celní správy, kde dneska máme zastoupení pražského IKEMu a taky společnosti Alma Mater, a právě tam se můžeme stát členem registru dárců kostní dřeně. Zabere vám to pouhých 10 minutek, takže pokud byste chtěli být součástí registru dárců kostní dřeně, stavte se vzadu do stánku celní správy, navštívte společnost Alma Mater a pražský IKEM. Dámy a pánové, vypadá to, že všechno je připraveno. Slavnostní slib policistů a hasičů může začít a celou ceremonii vás za policii České republiky.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it seems everything is prepared and the solemn oath can be taken. So attention and left turn. They have to align. So, ladies and gentlemen, please salute to the flags of the Regional Police Directorate of the Moravian Silesian Region, the Fire and Rescue Service of the Moravian Silesian Region, the Rescue Unit of the Fire and Rescue Service of the Czech Republic, the Secondary Vocational School of Fire Protection, and the Higher Vocational School of Fire Protection, and the Regional Authority of the Moravian Silesian Region.
Střední odborné školy požární ochrany a vyšší odborné školy požární ochrany a krajského úřadu Moravskoslezského kraje.
Played at the moment you can hear is an old choral dating back to the Hussite time. It's called Boží bojovníci, and it's typically played at these very festive ceremonial occasions.
Dobrý den, vážené dámy, vážení
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I welcome you to Leošiana Czech Airport in Ostrava on the occasion of NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days. The moment has come that underscores not only the festive nature of NATO Days, but also the importance of the service and dedication of police officers and firefighters in our region. To begin with, medals from the Governor of the Moravian Silesian region, the Police President and the Director General of the Fire Rescue Service of the Czech Republic will be awarded. The ceremonial part will continue with the oath of new Moravian Silesian police officers and members of the Fire Rescue Service of the Czech Republic. Before we proceed to the award ceremony and the taking of the solemn oath, allow me to welcome among us Deputy Minister of the Interior of the Czech Republic Radek Kania, Governor of the Moravian Silesian region Josef Bělica, His Eminence Dominic Cardinal Duka, Archbishop Emeritus of Prague, Police President Lieutenant General Martin Vondráček, Director General of the Fire Rescue Service of the Czech Republic, Lieutenant General Vladimír Vlček,
ředitele Hasičského záchranného sboru Moravskoslezského kraje, brigádního generála Radima Kuchaře,
Director of the Fire Rescue Service of the Moravian Silesian region, Brigadier General Radim Kuchař, and Director of the Regional Police Directorate of the Moravian Silesian region, Brigadier General Tomáš Kužel.
A ředitele krajského ředitelství policie Moravskoslezského kraje, brigádního generála Tomáše Kužela. V tuto chvíli poprosím pana náměstka ministra vnitra o úvodní slovo.
At this point, the Deputy Minister of the Interior was prompted to say a few words.
Vážení vzácní hosté, dámy a pánové, milé kolegyně a kolegové, dovolte mi vás srdečně pozdravit při této slavnostní příležitosti.
And he is giving his welcoming speech.
Oficiálně vstupujete do služby, která je zároveň ctí i odpovědností. Chci vám vyjádřit úctu a respekt za práci, kterou vykonáváte každý den. Za odvahu, obětavost a odhodlání chránit naše občany, jejich bezpečí a majetek. Nezastupitelné, vaše nasazení je nezastupitelné a vaše služba
paying his respects to the servicemen for their service, for their dedication,
a zároveň, abyste měli
heroism and so
síly a
on.
štěstí, ať už ve službě, tak i v osobním životě. Věřím, že budete pokračovat v tradici profesionality, poctivosti a vzájemné podpory, která charakterizuje Policii České republiky a Hasičský záchranný sbor. Děkuji vám za vše, co děláte a přeji vám mnoho úspěchů a bezpečných návratů ze služby.
He thanked them for all they do during their service and safe returns from their service home.
Krásné dopoledne, dámy a pánové, vaše eminence, pane kardinále, pane
Governor speaking.
Je mi ctí dnes při příležitosti Dnu NATO a Dnu vzdušných sil armády České republiky mít možnost zdůraznit, jak důležitá je úloha záchranářů, policistů.
It's privilege to stress the importance of the work of rescue workers and those who oversee our safety.
Slavnostního slibu nových příslušníků Policie České republiky a Hasičského záchranného sboru České republiky. Vy, kteří dnes složíte slib, jste se rozhodli vstoupit do služby, která je nejen záslužná, ale taky velmi náročná.
He's stressing the importance of their service, which is also expressed in their solemn oath they will take in a moment.
Přeji vám, abyste ve své službě nacházeli nejenom sílu a odvahu, ale i smysl a hrdost. Ať vás provází profesionalita ale také lidskost a ať jste si navzájem podporou. A co je nejdůležitější, ať se vždy vrátíte ze služby zdraví ke svým rodinám.
He wished them safe returns from service back home to their families.
Za malou chvíli budeme svědky slavnostního předání medailí těm, kteří přesto všechno, co jsem vyjmenoval, jsou ochotní udělat něco navíc. A věřte, že si všichni
some of these will be decorated because they did something extra above their duties and responsibilities.
Slov požádám ředitele krajského ředitelství policie Moravskoslezského kraje.
Dobrý den, vážení návštěvníci, ale hlavně nové policistky a policisté. Jako váš budoucí velitel se velmi těším na spolupráci s vámi. Budu vám připravovat podmínky pro vaši službu, aby byly co nejlepší. A doufám, že takto to budou mít i všichni ti, kteří o nás rozhodují.
Policie je chief of police speaking
důležitá složka a nezastupitelná složka v rámci bezpečnosti České republiky. Práce u policie je
irreplaceable
ale určitě vám postupem času začne naplňovat a je velmi důležitá pro naši společnost. Já vám ještě jednou děkuji za vaše rozhodnutí vstoupit do řad Policie České republiky a do služby vám přeji hodně elánu a vždycky se v pořádku vraťte domů. Díky.
Děkuji panu řediteli.
That was the chief of police.
Poprosím i generálního ředitele.
And also the Director General of the Fire and Rescue Service of the Czech Republic will give his opening speech.
Vaše eminence, ale hlavně hasiči, hasičky, policisté a policistky. Dovolte, abych i já vás pozdravil nejenom jménem svým, ale jménem Hasičského záchranného sboru. Tato dnešní událost je událostí velmi významnou nejenom pro vás, ale i pro vaše rodinné příslušníky. Já jsem nesmírně rád, že se podařilo v rámci dnu NATO, a za to chci jmenovitě poděkovat panu Pavlačíkovi, uskutečnit tady tuto akci v rámci toho dopoledního programu. Jsem přesvědčen o tom, že
so he stressed how grateful he is for the opportunity to have this type of ceremonial act within the NATO Days, and he wanted to thank all organizers.
Ku pomoci, Bohu ke cti a vlasti ku prospěchu. Proto jsem zvlášť rád, že pozvání přijala jeho eminence pan kardinál Duka a požehná nám, nejenom hasičům, ale i policistům za naši práci. Děkuji moc.
Now, Cardinal Duca will give his blessing in a while to the work in their service.
Kteří si s rukou hejtmana Moravskoslezského kraje Josefa Bělici převezmou medaile.
So the awarded winners are prompted to come, and they are Second Lieutenant Tomáš Eckert, head of the 4th Department of the Special Police Unit of the Regional Police Directorate of the Moravian Silesian Region, Major David Hrbáček, commander of the Frýdek-Místek Center Fire Station, First Lieutenant Bohdan Sikora, commander of the Třinec Fire Station, Sergeant Martin Sládeček, operations technician of the Moravian Silesian Region Fire and Rescue Service, and Jindřich Štefek, member of the Volunteer Fire Brigade of the Municipality of Dolní Benešov, and Petr Jašo, head of the Regional Education and Training Center of the Moravian Silesian Region Medical Rescue Service. The above-mentioned individuals are prompted to come forward. The governor will present the medals. Tomáš Eckert and Petr Jašo were awarded the governor's medal for their exceptional professionalism, dedication and long-standing service. David Hrbáček and Bohdan Sikorovi were awarded medals for saving the life of a man trapped in a truck immediately after a traffic accident. Martin Sládeček received a medal for communicating via the emergency line with a woman trapped on an 11th-story balcony during apartment fire, and Jindřich Štefka was awarded a medal for saving a life during floods.
Prezidenta generál poručíka Martina Vondráška odnesou medaili za statečnost tito policisté krajského ředitelství policie Moravskoslezského kraje. Praporčík Miroslav Hersina, inspektor obvodní.
The following police officers will now receive the medal for bravery from the hands of Police President Lieutenant General Martin Vondrášek, from the Regional Police Directorate of the Moravian Silesian Region, Sergeant Miroslav Hersina, Inspector of the Petrwald District Department, and Sergeant Petra Kaplitová, Inspector of the Petrwald District Department. Both police officers are prompted to come forward. The police president will award the medals. The police officers are receiving the award for their personal bravery in saving human lives during a fire at a nursing home in Petrwald in June this year. Congratulations and thank you.
Můžete se zařadit.
We will now proceed to honor a member of the Fire and Rescue Service. The ceremonial medal for bravery will be presented by the Director General of the Fire and Rescue Service of the Czech Republic, Lieutenant General Vladimír Vlček, and it will go to Warrant Officer Jaroslav Dinter, Chemical Service Technician of the Fire and Rescue Service of the Liberec region. Again, the nominee is prompted to come forward to receive the medal. The Director General will award the medal. The award was given to the nominee for demonstrating personal bravery in saving a life while off duty. Congratulations.
Gratulujeme. Můžete se zařadit.
These awards are proof that courage and honor are not just words, but real values that can serve as an example and inspiration for those who are now taking their solemn oath. New police officers and members of the Fire and Rescue Service pledge to protect our homeland and the lives and safety of us all. Now, Colonel Dominik Duka was asked to bless the new members as they begin their service.
Vážení přítomní, dámy a pánové, ale především vy, ženy a muži, v uniformě České policie či hasičských
He's
sborů.
giving now the introductory speech to his blessing.
Ve znamení kříže. Ve znamení toho, který řekl, nepřišel jsem, aby se mi sloužilo, ale abych sloužil.
So the cardinal lay a parallel between these servicemen and Jesus Christ, who came not to rule but to serve.
Největší lásku má ten, kdo dává život za své
and you have the greatest love if you give your life for the others, saving humans.
Ve dnech NATO, protože vy tak, jako i armádní složky, máte chránit, bránit a sloužit.
Army services, the main task is to protect and defend. Protection of life is the highest value which we should not forget even in these days. And now the actual blessing.
Zasvětit svůj život službě společnosti. Přijali úkol chránit životy, zdraví i bezpečí druhých a vznášet jistotu tam, kde vládne strach a nebezpečí. Prosíme tě, požehnej jim v jejich poslání, dej jim moudrost při rozhodování, odvahu v těžkých chvílích a pokoj v srdci uprostřed každodenních výzev. Ať nikdy nezapomenou na lidskost a soucit, který je podstatou jejich služby. Ochraňuje při každém zásahu, posiluje jejich rodiny a blízké, kteří sdílejí tíhu jejich povolání. Ať se jejich práce stane znamením naděje a světla. Ať přinášejí bezpečí, klid a bratrství tam, kde je ho nejvíce zapotřebí. Pane, žehnej Policii České republiky a Hasičskému záchrannému sboru, aby jejich služba byla vždy naplněna spravedlností, statečností a věrností. Skrze Krista, našeho Pána. Víra je vždy silnější než strach. Amen.
Děkujeme, vaše eminence.
So, Your Eminence, thank you for your blessing.
A v tomto okamžiku již
At this point, the oath of office may be taken.
Slibuji na svou čest a svědomí, že při výkonu služby budu nestranný a budu důsledně dodržovat.
I promise on my honor and conscience that I will be impartial in the performance of my duties and will strictly comply with legal and service regulations, carry out the orders of my superiors and never abuse my official position. I will always and everywhere behave in such a way that my actions do not jeopardize the good reputation of the Security Corps. I will perform my official duties properly and conscientiously, and I will not hesitate to risk my own life to protect the interests of the Czech Republic. The anthem of the Czech Republic.
tuto chvíli požádám policejního prezidenta.
At this point, they asked the director of the regional police, director of the Moravian Silesian region, Brigadier General Tomáš Kužel, to say a few words.
Vaše eminence, páni generálové, vážení hosté, ale zejména milí příslušníci Policie České republiky a Hasičského záchranného sboru. Dovolte mi, abych vám pogratuloval k složení služebního slibu, kterým jste deklarovali, že budete ve službě chránit život, zdraví, majetek občanů naší země a že jste připraveni obětovat i tu cenu nejvyšší, bude-li to nutné, tedy váš vlastní život. Vyzývám vás, abyste každý den vaší služby vážili, zda máte před sebou člověka, který se chová slušně a potřebuje vaši pomoc, nebo před sebou máte člověka, který porušuje zákony České republiky a je proti němu potřeba rázně zakročit. Zároveň vám přeji, abyste měli ve službě takové štěstí jako já, aby vám policejní služba dávala každodenní satisfakci a abyste na vašich prvních odděleních našli nejen kolegy, ale kamarády pro celý život. Dovolte mi poděkovat všem, kteří umožnili dnešní slib v rámci Dnu NATO zde v Mošnově.
Speaking about the nature of the work of the police corps, where sometimes they encounter criminals and have to intervene, and at other times they are here to save and protect.
Moc děkuji pořadatelům Dnu NATO, děkuji Moravskoslezskému kraji za to, že
and he's also thanking all organizers of NATO Days and all involved services.
Děkuji vám, příbuzným a blízkým přísahajících policistů a hasičů za to, že jste sem přišli podpořit, protože bez vaší podpory a pochopení tu službu prostě dobře dělat nemohou. Děkuji za pozornost.
Děkuji panu policejnímu prezidentovi.
So, thank you, Director. The ceremonial part of today's event is coming to an end.
Dovolte mi mezi námi přivítat dalšího významného hosta, kterým je
Now the floor is given to the
generálmajor Petr Čepelka.
head of Czech Air Force, General Čepelka.
Dnešní druhý den Dnů NATO a Dnů vzdušných sil armády České republiky slavnostním projevem zahájí hejtman Moravskoslezského kraje Josef Bělica.
Now the floor is given to the governor of the Moravian Silesian region, Josef Bělica, who will officially open the second day of NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days with his speech. And his speech will be followed by the traditional ceremonial gun salute.
Přinese spoustu nových zážitků, poznání a uvědomění. Dny NATO totiž nejsou jen přehlídkou, kdy můžeme obdivovat moderní stroje, dynamické ukázky a můžeme si užívat doprovodný program a nenapodobitelnou atmosféru zde na letišti Leoše Janáčka. Tyto bohatě nabité dny jsou pro nás také ujištěním, že žijeme v zemi, která dbá na naši bezpečnost. V souvislosti s událostmi posledních let je toto téma více než aktuální. Po nedávném dění v polském vzdušném prostoru si snad už nikdo u nás nemyslí, že se nás dění ve světě netýká. A nesmí nám být stejné ani to, co se děje na ostatních místech planety, kde stále umírají civilisté a lidé. Jenom proto, že je to mimo Evropu nebo mimo Českou republiku. Tato největší braně bezpečnostní akce v Evropě nás má ujistit, že svoboda a bezpečnost jsou pro nás hodnoty,
He is stressing the importance of the defense event, NATO Days in Ostrava, due to the recent drone cases in Poland and Estonia.
Tímto považuji nedělní program Dnu NATO a Dnu vzdušných sil armády České republiky za zahájený.
So NATO Days in Ostrava and Czech Air Force Days are officially commenced. We would like to thank everyone for their attention and our distinguished guests for attending this ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, please salute the flags of the Regional Police Directorate of the Moravian Silesian region, the Fire and Rescue Service of the Moravian Silesian region, the Rescue Unit of the Fire and Rescue Service of the Czech Republic, the Secondary Vocational School of Fire Protection and the Higher Vocational School of Fire Protection and the Regional Authority of the Moravian Silesian region. Again, we can hear very old choral Kdo jsou boží bojovníci. So the units are now leaving, marching away, saluting the commanders as well as crowds. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will follow with further demonstrations. And I'm passing my word on to my colleague Ben, who will talk you through next demonstrations.
Thank you very much indeed, Dalibor, for guiding us so expertly through those ground attractions.
My pleasure.
More from him later. But we're now looking out for something of a highlight, I believe, of our weekend.
Armády České republiky a dnu na to jsme mohli slavnostně zahájit. My ještě čekáme na 2 lety, které budou probíhat tady na našem letišti Leoše Janáčka v Ostravě a jakmile budou zrealizovány, tak se můžeme těšit na další dynamickou ukázku. Uvidíme stroj F-16 slovenských vzdušných sil. Původně jsme měli avizováno.
This comes from the Slovak Air Force. It was in 2022 that the Slovaks retired their fleet of Mikoyan MiG-29 Fulcrum fighters, leaving them without air defence aircraft of their own. For a time, that responsibility was taken on by the Czech Air Force with its Gripens and by the Polish Air Force with its own F-16s. But now, the Slovak Air Force has regained its own fighter capability, and that aircraft is making its international public debut at NATO Days 2025, and it's doing so with a series of pretty dynamic flypasts, if yesterday is anything to go by, operating from its home base, and an example of the absolute state-of-the-art as far as one of the world's most prolific jet fighter designs is concerned. And once again, the advent of this aircraft in Slovak service reflects the modernisation of the former Warsaw Pact air arms, which are now long-standing NATO members and partners, and the increasing contribution they're making through that re-equipment to the defence of the countries involved in the NATO alliance. I'm talking about the Block 70 version of the Lockheed Martin F-16C Fighting Falcon, which is now in service with the 1st Fighter Squadron of the Slovak Air Force stationed at Malacky. 14 of these highly advanced jets are expected to be in Slovakia by the end of this year. The aircraft we are about to see is one of the first. The initial arrivals of these jets in Slovakia having taken place in July last year.
těšili, protože dneska v průběhu dynamických ukázek ze vzduchu uvidíme celkem 3 akční dynamické skupiny, kteří přemluvíme na britské Arrows, na chorvatská Krila Oluje a na turecké Turkish Stars. Velký lákavou bude rovněž stroj Harrier, italských vzdušných sil. Dostatek sil může při 15 letech vidět tady na pneumatik podání britských vzdušných sil. Dneska poprvé podání Itálie, partnerské země, jdu na to 2025. Se rádi, že Itálie je si silný partnerský státem, který tady na tady tato máme. Takový výzvák, který on měl, že průběhu dnešního odpoledne budeme taky vyhodnocovat nejlepší rokovou otázku máme, vysvětlí otázku, jak se rozhodli vy, návštěvníci dnů na to, prostřednictvím komputerových profilů statutárního města Ostrava a dnů na to dozvíme se rozdělská cenu generála Jiřího Roberta i memoriálu za první otázku, tu letos budeme udělat po druhé, a ten získá podělný pohár primátora statutárního města Ostrava za nejlepší otázku ve vzduchu. Tuto cenou budeme udělovat opakovaně a obě dvě ceny budou předány závěru dnešního programu.
And here it is, the brand new Block 70 F-16C of the Slovak Air Force. By Lockheed Martin at its plant in Greenville, South Carolina. More than 4,600 F-16s in total have been delivered to global customers. And this aeroplane, with such features as Northrop Grumman's APG-83 active electronically scanned array radar, is the most advanced fighting Falcon yet. Very welcome, very impressive first for this show in 2025, the international debut of the Slovak Air Force Block 70 F-16C. And no doubt we'll see more of those jets at future editions of this show. And we have another contribution from the Slovak Air Force later on in the programme with the UH-60M Blackhawk battlefield helicopter. But next, though, it's back to the German armed forces that we turn, and this time to the German Air Force, the Luftwaffe. Starting its takeoff roll, the Airbus A400M. One of 53 of these 4 turboprop tactical and strategic airlifters ordered for the Luftwaffe, 48 of which had been delivered as of the end of June. And it's expected that by the end of next year the fleet will be up to full strength. However, it was still possible back in 2021 to retire its predecessor, the twin turboprop Franco-German Transall C-160. And these aircraft are now augmented in German service by the Luftwaffe-marked C-130J Hercules of the multinational air transport squadron based at Évreux in France, one of which we've got on static display here at NATO Days for the first time at this event. All of the German A400Ms in service with Lufttransportgeschwader, or Air Transport Wing 62, stationed at Wunstorf. That wing comes under the operational control of European Air Transport Command. That's an organisation that coordinates the military transport and air-to-air refuelling assets of 7 EU member states. Apart from Germany, they include Belgium, France, Italy, Luxembourg, the Netherlands and Spain. Still a relatively new platform, of course. First delivery to the Luftwaffe was in December 2014. This following on from earlier deliveries to the French Air Force in 2013 and the RAF, which names the type the Atlas. So Germany is still in the process of expanding its capabilities with the A400M, which it first put into use in a combat theatre on a troop airlift from Wunstorf to Mazar-i-Sharif in Afghanistan in July 2018. In fact, the Luftwaffe was the first air arm operating this type to bring it into service in the air-to-air refuelling role. This, another one of the type's functions alongside transport duties, that was built in from the start, though not all operators use it. The RAF doesn't, for example. The Luftwaffe first used it to support sorties against the so-called Islamic State, or Daesh, basing out of Jordan, and more recently they've been using the A400Ms to refuel multinational NATO assets on combat air patrols relating to the enhanced air policing commitment that's followed the start of the conflict in Ukraine. As the aircraft turns away there, you get quite a good look at the underwing refuelling pods under the outer extremities of each of the wings. And in November 2023, the Luftwaffe received its first A400M, which, apart from having those refueling pods mounted, also had a hose and drum unit mounted in the rear loading ramp, turning it into a 3-point tanker. And in a really good example of the sort of multinational operations that we often talk about at NATO Days, German A400Ms refueled RAF Eurofighter Typhoons for the first time this February on a mission undertaken as part of Operation Shader out in the Middle East. As you can see, it's a really agile aeroplane, the A400M, which comes in very handy in the sort of tactical environment in which the aircraft can be put to use. In the refueling role, it can refuel everything, really, from helicopters to other large aircraft and also fighters, such as the aircraft's usable speed range. As a transport, well, the sort of loads one of these aircraft can carry include various helicopters in the hold, a single Airbus H-145, a Cougar or Super Puma, or an NH-90, one of which we'll see later from the German Army, 2 Tigers, like the one we saw earlier from the German Army, or 2 Apaches, and then all sorts of vehicles, 3 M113 armoured vehicles, 3 Land Rovers with trailers, a variety of humanitarian cargoes. This aircraft can take a single load of up to 16 tonnes or a mixture of loads totalling 25 tonnes. Coming past at the slow now, and you can see the rear loading ramp has been brought down. And another task that you can use this aeroplane for is now aerial firefighting. It was tested in Spain in 2022 and more recently in France. What happens is that a kit of roll-on, roll-off equipment is installed into the cargo bay, and that's able to drop 20 tonnes of water on a fire in less than 10 seconds. And with the seemingly increasing occurrence of major forest fires across Europe during the summer months, you can imagine that this is very probably a capability that will be put to very good use. Now the A400M pulling up steeply in front of us and demonstrating a bank to up to about 120 degrees, the maximum that this aircraft's capable of. Again, these very much tactical manoeuvres the A400M is showing off for us, ones that could be very readily employed by crews undertaking tactical sorties with the aeroplane. And looking ahead, Airbus sees all sorts of other potential for the A400M. They suggest, for example, it could be used as an airborne communications hub, distributing information to other air and ground systems, as a standoff jamming aircraft, or even as a mothership for drones. This is an aeroplane that's going to be playing a huge part in NATO operations for many, many years to come. Also within the alliance, apart from those I've mentioned, it's flown by the Belgian Air Force, whose aircraft include one that's actually owned by Luxembourg, which doesn't have an air force of its own. Likewise, the Spanish Air Force and the Turkish Air Force. Very well proven now in combat operations. The French flew them from dirt strips in Mali. They've been operated in Afghanistan. They've been operated in Senegal. The RAF uses them regularly out in the Falkland Islands. It's also a very imposing airshow performer, as demonstrated again for us by Lufttransportgeschwader 62 of the Luftwaffe, today in the hands of a crew headed by Captain Thomas Kompala, the Airbus A400M. And back into the ground display arena comes the Leopard 2A8.
V současné době zařazení 73. tankového praporu Čáslavice, který je současný brigády. Tam Leopard 2 samozřejmě umí vyzbrojení takový 130 kanonů, to je standardní taková, že na to tento kanon má docela...
7 kilometrů, což je téměř dvojnásobek.
And there's a view along the length of the main runway here at Leoš Janáček Airport, named after the late 19th and early 20th century Czech composer who took a great deal of inspiration from the traditional music of the Moravia region in which we find ourselves here. Also known as Mošnov Airport, a former Czech Air Force transport base, and indeed Czechoslovak Air Force transport base before the separation of the two countries at the end of 1992. Today a thriving civil airport with scheduled and charter services. We've seen Ryanair in and out already this morning, and another A320 has just landed. And with that having cleared the runway, the Krila Oluje, the Croatian Air Force aerobatic team of Pilatus PC-9Ms, is now backtracking. The A320, incidentally, one of many we've seen over the weekend from Smartwings, and no doubt it'll be on its way back out later on. In the meantime, the Leopard 2A8 fills in a few moments in the ground display area while Krila Oluje backtrack. The first of three national display teams on our bill today, the other two being the Turkish Stars and the Red Arrows. Pretty good to see Krila Oluje here. Last time we did an English language live stream from the show in 2022. They were scheduled to participate, but unfortunately weren't able to due to a lack of transport aircraft support. But this time, no problem with their attendance, and they put on a really polished show yesterday, and no doubt will do so again today.
To jest to, co tak rozpoczęła samozřejmě silný odchyslé externí, které se pohybuje
Incidentally, while we wait for the next display item, hello to all of you watching the official English language live stream of NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2025, being provided by Plains TV for the organisers of this event. Wherever you're watching, I trust you're having an excellent Sunday and are enjoying it in our company here at Ostrava, watching this fascinating and in so many ways unique event. Hello particularly to all of you in the chat, and thanks from Plains TV to Chris for moderating that throughout the 3 days we've been doing live broadcasts, because we were doing one, in case you missed it, on Friday as well, covering some of the rehearsals and arrivals. And if your appetite is whetted by our live stream, I really can recommend this as an excellent event to attend. There's always something different here, whether in the air or on the ground. And these ground displays, if you're an enthusiast of some of these types of activities, modern military vehicles for example, then they come very highly recommended as well. There was the Leopard 2A8 is shortly to clear the ground arena, so Krila Oluje get airborne and will be handing over to their commentator to take you through their display.
A tímto se s vámi pro tuto chvíli tank čtvrté generace Leopard 2 a 8 loučí a předávám slovo panu komentátorovi.
Děkujeme, kapitán Martin Poborský okomentoval jízdní vlastnosti stroje Leopard 2 a 8 společnosti KNDS, abyste si mohli všimnout, že z dráhy 2 mošnovského letiště právě teď k nebi vzletla 6členná chorvatská akrobatická skupina Křídla bouře, jeden z vrcholů letošního ročníku dnů NATO. Máme tady celkem 3 akrobatické skupiny. Křídla bouře, Wings of Storm, nebo chcete-li Krila Oluje, právě teď ve vzduchu za chviličku, po té, co se sformují nad mošnovským letištěm, budou předvádět dynamickou ukázku. Ještě nás pak čekají další 2 ukázky, představí se taky Turkish Stars, krátce po 13. hodině, krátce po 14. pak britští Red Arrows. Teď ale předávám slovo komentátorovi této ukázky, chorvatské skupiny Krila Oluje, která má tu čest být tady na Dnech NATO už podruhé, a slovo předávám komentátorovi, který má jednoduché jméno, říká si Bruno. So Bruno, this is yours.
Přeji vám hezký den a děkuji za přivítání. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to say welcome on behalf of the Croatian Air Force Aerobatic Display Team, Krila Oluje. I'm First Lieutenant Bruno Bolum, pilot and flight instructor in 392nd Fixed Wing Squadron, part of 93rd Wing in Zadar, Croatia. Ladies and gentlemen, right in front of you, Krila Oluje start their display. After passing the peak of the loop, the team will turn to the left to prepare for their next maneuver. During their shows, Krila Oluje pilots fly just few feet from each other, maintaining speeds up to 550 km per hour, altitudes from 200 up to 3000 feet, with G-loads varying from -2 to +6 G. After the loop that you just saw, Krila Oluje will change their formation from Delta 6 to Rocket 6, and they will proceed to the right, performing a lazy 8 to prepare for their next maneuver, the left barrel roll. Krila Oluje fly on Swiss-made turboprop aircraft Pilatus PC-9M with 950 horsepower. Maximum speed is 320 knots or almost 600 km per hour, and the G-load the aircraft can withstand goes from -3.5 all the way up to +7 G. Ladies and gentlemen, on your right side you can see Krila Oluje approaching with 450 km per hour, entering their next maneuver, the left barrel roll. After the barrel roll, Krila Oluje are proceeding to a right sloped loop while still maintaining tight formation. In few moments, they will change their formation from Rocket 6 back to Delta 6. On position number 1, flying as team leader Major Darko Belancic, team member since 2015 with 2,800 flying hours. Today's performance will be his 162nd official display, 133 which off as the team leader. After completing the loop, the team will proceed into a right turn to prepare for their next maneuver, the 20. On position number 3, as first right wing, is Captain Krešimir Ostrić. He has been team member since 2021 with 1,800 flying hours, and this is his 66th official display. At the far end of the loop, group will change their formation from Delta 6 to Kite 6. After the split, the team will be divided into two groups and proceed with what will make this year's performances so special. To celebrate their 20th anniversary of successful operations both across our beautiful Croatia and abroad, in the next few moments our pilots will write number 20 in the sky using their smoke. Full program is composed of 19 very attractive and demanding maneuvers, so relax and I guarantee you will enjoy our show. Krila Oluje will be performing elements conducted by only a few other display teams in the world, including 3-ship formation tail slide and triple mirror, nicknamed DIA. Right in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, Krila Oluje performing the 20. Right after the symbolic number 20, on your right side, number 5 and number 6 are getting prepared for their next element, stall turn. Krila Oluje were formally introduced as a 4-ship formation on 5th of August 2005 in their first official display. By the end of the year, the team introduced the 5th member, and the first flight with 6 airplanes was in 2009. This year, they mark their 20th year of successful performances throughout Croatia and Europe. So far, they have had 273 official displays, including 71 outside Croatia and 15 various European countries. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look right in front of you, you will see our synchro pair approaching for another very rare and attractive maneuver, a stall turn in 2-ship formation. Both aircraft will climb vertically and on the highest point rotate around their yaw axis at minimum speed. Ladies and gentlemen, stall turn. At your left side, we can see Krila Oluje transitioning to inverted diamond 4 formation while preparing for inverted steep turn. Leader was the first one to go inverted, after which the rest of formation did the same. Throughout the negative turn, our pilots withstand minus 2G. Upon finishing the element, number 2 will break from the formation so that he can prepare for his solo program. Please pay attention to your left and your right side, where you can see synchro pair approaching in opposite directions with closing speed of 440 knots, which is approximately 815 kilometers per hour. They will perform attractive cross right in front of you with individual rolls after the cross. Ladies and gentlemen, right in front of you, synchro pair crossover. In few seconds, right in front of you, you will see our solo pilot approaching with full power, accelerating to 500 kilometers per hour to perform his next maneuver, the vertical roll. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes our solo pilot. At the top point, he will enter a 3.5 turn spin. After After recovering from the spin, our solo pilot will accelerate and enter a 6G turn to prepare for next maneuver. As the number 2 is going away, from your right-hand side, formation of 3 PC-9ers are preparing for a very elegant and attractive barrel roll in line astern formation. The distance between the tail of the leader and propeller of the pilot behind is only 3 meters. After the barrel roll, we can see number 2 approaching. Through his fast roll, he will first enter a steep left turn, maintaining 6G. Then he'll reverse to a right steep turn, performing the recognizable maneuver amongst pilots, the derby turn. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention to your left side. Team leader number 3 and number 4 are approaching in line abreast formation while preparing to perform a formation tail slide. Krila Oluje is the only official team in the world to perform this demanding maneuver in very tight formation. As they climb vertically, they will lose speed, stop for a moment, and then start to fall backwards. After the tail slide, slightly to your left, synchro pair is approaching to perform a mirror flight, but to make it more challenging, they'll perform it in a negative turn. This maneuver is performed by number 5 and number 6. Flying as number 5, second left wingman is Major Nino Perovic with 2,800 flight hours. He has been team member since 2021 and this is his 67th display as a member of Krila Oluje. Flying as number 6, second right wingman is First Lieutenant Matija Jurashin with over 1,200 flight hours, and today's flight marks his 54th display. At your right side, we can see a 3-ship formation preparing for next maneuver, the Tornado. Team leader and first right wing will fly in mirror formation, while number 4 will fly in consecutive barrel rolls around them. Besides being very demanding maneuver, this element really leaves no room for error since it is flown so close to the ground. On position number 4, flying as tail wing, is Lieutenant Colonel Ivan Andžić. He has been team member since 2015 with 2,900 flight hours. Today's performance will be his 166th official display. On your left-hand side, flying as number 2, Captain Daniel Rigo is approaching to perform a standard roll, but he will stop every 90 degrees for just a split second to make a 4-point roll. Captain Rigo has a total of 1,200 flight hours and today he will log his 57th official display. Ladies and gentlemen, 4-point roll. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention to your left side where you can see Krila Oluje in Delta 5 formation preparing to perform their inverted Delta 5. In no more than few seconds, the group will go inverted with half rolls and continue to fly with inverted Delta 5 formation. When weather conditions begin to affect weather safety minimums for the show, our team has 2 backup programs in their repertoire, through which they continue to show an enviable level of proficiency. What makes them different compared to the full flight program is the use of elements that do not require large changes in altitude. That way we can adapt to a slightly lower cloud base. Ladies and gentlemen, from your left side, inverted Delta 5. After the inverted pass, the group has changed their formation back to regular Delta 5. At your right side, we can see our solo pilot catching up with the rest of formation while preparing to once again form Delta 6 formation, from which Krila Oluje will proceed into DIA through attractive half rolls. DIA is actually a triple mirror, and besides Krila Oluje, only one more team in the world performs this impressive maneuver. Distance between tails of opposing planes is just 3 meters. This maneuver got its name after first and only women member of display team Krila Oluje, Diana Doboš, currently piloting Canadair CL-415 in Croatia Firefighting Squadron, also stationed in Zadar as part of Croatian Air Force. Please pay attention to your right-hand side. In just a few seconds, our team will change formation from Delta 6 to DIA. The inaugural display took place on July 22, 2004, during the opening ceremony of the European Sailing Championship in Zadar, Croatia. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see our team coming from your right side performing the triple mirror. And now, finishing the maneuver, Krila Oluje will change their formation into Yankee 6. Proceeding to a right turn, they are preparing themselves for their final break, which will mark the end of today's display. In 2016, Krila Oluje were awarded the Best Performance Display Team Award whilst attending one of the biggest military aero shows on the planet, Riyadh in the United Kingdom, with over 200 different military aircraft and amongst 23 air forces from all over the world. Last year, the aerobatic display team Krila Oluje won the award for the best overall performance at the CIAF Air Show in Slovakia, while competing with over 20 participating countries, meaning that perseverance and constant work on improving the flight program was not in vain. The main goal of the Croatian Air Force display team is to attract new candidates in becoming future pilots of Croatian Air Force. Ladies and gentlemen, direct your attention right in front of you where Krila Oluje will say goodbye with their final break. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We hope that today's display fulfilled your expectations. Best regards from myself and the Wings of Storm display team. Děkuji vám za pozornost. Přeji vám příjemný zbytek dne jménem akrobatické skupiny Krila Oluje.
Děkujeme Brunovi, který nám okomentoval ukázku chorvatských vzdušných sil. Je nám velkou ctí, že
As usual, some real flair evident in the display by Krila Oluje, Wings of Storm, the Croatian Air Force aerobatic team on their PC-9Ms. So an update on what we've got coming up on the programme. One of the most delightful items in the ground display is the veteran TL-37 artillery tractor is next up in the tank display area. Then we've got the absolutely fabulous Rafale C from the French Air and Space Force. Another ground and air demonstration, this time a hostage rescue from terrorists scenario involving the Czech Police Bell 412 helicopter. Then the Leopard 2A4 and Titus Kovs of the 7th Mechanised Brigade perform another display in the tank arena, followed by the UH-60M Blackhawk of the Slovak Air Force, a demonstration of arresting smugglers at the border by the Czech Foreign Police, the German Luftwaffe back on centre stage with the Eurofighter EF-2000, the customs services of the Czech Republic and Slovakia demonstrating cooperation. Our next aerobatic team will be the Turkish Stars. They at just before 1:20 local time. And then the very interesting attack demonstration, including the AH-1Z and UH-1Y helicopters, two of the newest types in Czech Air Force service, with ground forces. That follows at about 2 o'clock local time here in Ostrava. They'll be followed by the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows. Another demonstration by the Customs Service of the Czech Republic, this time mobile surveillance, helping them apprehend fleeing offenders. The Italian Air Force C-27J Spartan, the German Army NH-90, the Italian Air Force M346, or T-346A I should say, to give it its Italian designation, the Czech Prison Service with a demonstration of how they counter an attack on a long-distance prison escort convoy, the Italian Navy AV-8B Harrier II Plus, a really rare and impressive item, a demonstration of the Pandur 8x8 Evo by Tatra Defence, the Italian Air Force F-2000A Typhoon, if the wind allows, the Italian Air Force Special Forces paratroop drop, and then a couple of ceremonies before we finish the show, very appropriately, with the solo Czech Air Force JAS-39C Gripen. The expected finish time of the show in local time here just after 4:30. But there is a really splendid vehicle making its way gradually around our display area in front of us. Every NATO Days sees involvement in the ground displays from the Military History Institute in Prague, and very often that's linked to the partner nation of the show. This year the partner nation is Italy, and so we have an Italian vehicle of pre-World War II vintage but used operationally during the Second World War in front of us, and a very rare one. It's the Fiat SPA TL-37, an artillery tractor. 37 is 1937, the year in which it was initially developed. It was a subsidiary of Fiat SPA, Società Piemontese Automobili, which manufactured this machine. Used in the North African, Sicilian, Italian, Greek, Yugoslavian and Russian theatres of World War II. A great many were captured by Germany. taken into German service. But also, captured examples fell into the hands of Australian troops who at the time deemed it the best artillery tractor they had found. You might have noticed not only has it got four-wheel drive, which might be self-explanatory, it's also got four-wheel steering, and that means it has an incredibly tight turning circle, less than 9 meters, and that made it very easy to maneuver the TL-37 once it had deposited the artillery piece that it was towing. And 2-ton rear winch means it can recover itself from tricky situations as well. A typical crew would be a driver, 5 gunners, and they would have 250 kilos of ammunition stored in the boot. Those crew members had 2 seats at the front and 2 at the rear. There's also a bunk in a recess of the boot area in which extra equipment could be stored on the floor. They could hang rifles to the handles as well. But while it does have some quite advanced features, the TL-37 was not all modernity for the time. It was decided to fit the engine with a hand crank ignition, and that engine was an old side valve unit rather than one of the more modern overhead valve engines that were being developed by Fiat. This power plant has a 4053cc capacity and delivers 52 horsepower. The hand crank starter was not much use on the Eastern Front, because in colder temperatures the engine simply wouldn't start if the oil froze. This was part of the drive towards making it as simple as possible. It was felt that using batteries to provide electrical power would just be too complicated in the field, but it did have its drawbacks. So not a fast vehicle, and I think we're seeing that, though we do have to remember this is a very rare preserved example, but it was versatile. One of these could deploy light and medium-sized artillery pieces to locations that other military vehicles of the time simply couldn't get to. And as the range of theatres I read out demonstrates, it could operate in all sorts of extreme conditions, just so long as the oil in the engine didn't freeze. There were several different variants on the basic TL-37 theme. There was a self-propelled gun version. There were different armoured cars. There was a general-purpose truck. But as fascinating as this lovely vehicle from the Military History Institute in Prague, which also takes in the likes of the Aviation Museum at Kabeli, is still going through its paces. It's about to be somewhat usurped by our next display aircraft, and what a display aircraft from the French Air and Space Force, the Armée de l'Air et de l'Espace. This is the magnificent Dassault Rafale C. The pilot for this season, in the second of his 2 years flying what's known as the RSD, the Rafale Solo Display, is Capitaine Jean-Brice Millet, known as Mimus. He's from Escadron de Transformation Rafale 3-4, Aquitaine, stationed at Base Aérienne 113 Saint-Dizier. Something going on all the time. The aircraft is constantly rolling and pitching. It's one of the most exciting fast jet displays on the circuit today, and a tremendous illustration of the capabilities of this so-called omni-roll fighter, which has replaced 7 different prior platforms in all across the French Air Force and Navy. Changes of pace there, from fast to slow rolls, all the way down the line. This aircraft's roles include air-to-air, conventional air-to-ground, reconnaissance, anti-shipping strike, nuclear strike, and it can also act as a buddy-buddy air-to-air refueling tanker. Surfaces there. A very attractive special colour scheme applied to the display jet for the 2025 season. Escadron de Transformation Rafale is the 3-4 Aquitaine is the Rafale operational conversion unit, training pilots for both the French Air and Space Force and Navy. This is a single-seat Rafale C model. They also operate the 2-seat Rafale B, which isn't just used as a trainer. They found a second crew member very useful for the air-to-ground mission in particular. And that during countless operational deployments since the aircraft's first combat sorties over Libya in 2011. Shot of the colour scheme against that blue backdrop there. The Rafale now in service with the air arms of Egypt, Qatar, India, Greece, Croatia and the United Arab Emirates. Indonesia and Serbia will soon add to that list, and India has also ordered the naval version, the Rafale M for Marine, as operated by the French Navy. is still a long line of delta-winged combat jets from Dassault Aviation in France. So many modern fighters, they adopted the Delta Canard configuration for the aircraft, in part to afford increased manoeuvrability at high angles of attack. Now here's a manoeuvre you don't often see from a fast jet, a rolling circle. More traditionally the preserve of lighter dedicated aerobatic aircraft, in fact known by Mimus and his predecessor Rafale display pilots as the square dance. But now the speed comes off, and at the slow I expect we'll shortly hear from Mimus himself in the cockpit of the Rafale.
Ostrava, good morning, this is Captain Mimus from the Rafale show display French Rafale. I hope you appreciate your show. This is an honor for me to fly for you today. So, enjoy and see ya!
Some words from Mimus as he executes his high alpha pass. He engages afterburner on the two Snecma M88-2 turbofan engines and powers into a slow loop. And this before he really ups the pace now, coming in for what French display pilots always refer to as a passage à l'anglaise, an English pass, which is what they call a topside pass. Another great view of the colour scheme coming up as Mimus brings the Rafale in from left to right. This will be France's main combat aircraft until the 2040s at the very least, and it's continually being upgraded, continually adding to its capabilities. The fleet being brought up now increasingly to standard F4 fit. Vertiginous wing-rocking pass, Mimus completes his sequence. At the end of 2023, France announced it was ordering 42 more Rafales to bring its total fleet to 234, and it's really interesting looking at possibilities for the future of this design. At the Paris Air Show earlier this year at Le Bourget, Dassault Aviation showed a Rafale with shoulder-mounted conformal fuel tanks on the fuselage, giving it a quite different look and a hint at what the future F5 standard Rafale might bring. But for now, as you saw, it is already an awesome aeroplane. I just think that is an absolutely stunning display. Mimus following in the footsteps of many illustrious predecessors since the Rafale solo display was inaugurated in 2009, and he's now coming in to land here at Ostrava, and he gained a well-deserved round of applause from the NATO Days crowd here. Setting up for final approach then as he comes towards the end of his 2 seasons as display pilot on the Armée de l'Air et de l'Espace Dassault Rafale C. That was Capitaine Jean-Brice Millet. Back now to the ground displays, and a very dynamic one indeed coming up with lots more simulated explosions, lots more excitement, and Dalibor Cibulka is going to tell you all about it. Over to you, Dalibor.
Thank you very much, Ben. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear viewers. I'm here to talk you through the following demonstration concerning the customs authority of the Czech Republic. The demonstration is called Freeing Hostages from Terrorists. Now you will see a joint raid of the intervention unit of the Regional Police Directorate of the Moravian Silesian region, and also soldiers of the Polish Special Unit SOF Agat from Gliwice. Now to the demonstration. This scene is not a routine intervention of this unit. It serves as a model demonstration of the high readiness and capability of both components to cooperate even at the international level. Today they will present the deployment of several intervention teams, special vehicles and experts from various fields. You will see pyrotechnicians, snipers, dog handlers, climbing specialists and police negotiators. Together they will play out a scenario showing how such a situation might unfold in real time. So let me familiarize you with the intervention unit. This is an elite unit of the Regional Police Directorate of the Moravian Silesian region, conducting approximately 80 to 100 interventions annually. Of these, 20 to 30 cases are interventions involving gunfire, barricades and similar highly risky incidents. They are known for their immediate readiness, with response times up to 3 to 5 minutes. Apart from direct interventions and maintaining public order, they transport dangerous prisoners, ensure the safety of the president and other protected persons, provide short-term protection and perform initial actions against terrorists and kidnappers. If the situation cannot be delayed, they are capable of acting even before the arrival of the rapid deployment unit. The scenario of the demonstration is based on operational activity by the criminal police, who received information about the robbery of a warehouse where humanitarian aid is being gathered and sorted. The perpetrators have a military background, possess heavy vehicles, weapons and explosives. The center's workers are now in life-threatening danger. The task of the deployed forces is therefore to ensure the apprehension of the perpetrators so that hostages are not endangered and to secure the facility. Given the nature and military background of the perpetrators, cooperation with the Polish unit SOF Agat and the Bell helicopter of the police of the Czech Republic is required. It's confirmed that several armed persons remain in the facility and that the perpetrators are using one of the access roads, which may be mined. You have just seen arrival of the police helicopter, the descent of the pyrotechnicians to prepare a distraction explosion, and the deployment of the sniper team of the intervention unit. Their area of operation is not only in their region but also in Olomouc and Zlín regions. However, if the security situation demands it, they can intervene anywhere else in the Czech Republic. The history of this unit is more than 30 years long. Working in the intervention unit places extraordinarily high demands on the police workers. To become a member, one must pass a demanding selection process and then undergo regular and long-term training. This includes not only physical preparation, but also psychological resilience, the ability to work under stress and respond appropriately in critical situations. The snipers have taken position. They are aimed at a perpetrator threatening hostages in front of the building and are controlling the situations. Perpetrators have control over the building and also have mined the surrounding area. A Tatra vehicle with other perpetrators is leaving via the only safe routes. The rest of the group and several hostages remain inside the building. The situation in front of the building is so tense that the sniper assesses an immediate threat to hostages' lives when the action cannot be delayed and makes a very precise shot that eliminates the perpetrator. After this intervention, a clear command action is given as signal for all forces and resources to carry out the intervention and necessary actions to rescue hostages and protect the building. This moment can mean the difference between life and death. Now the intervention team is driving onto the scene to rescue hostages and apprehend the perpetrators. The operators must perfectly master their weapons, because the likelihood of use is high, so great emphasis is placed on shooting training. A police officer must be able to properly analyze the situation and choose an appropriate and proportionate reaction. I will provide you with some basic information regarding these units. Among their basic weapons are German submachine gun HK MP5 and MP7, assault rifles HK416 and HK417, pistols Glock 17 and Glock 26. Besides these, they also use shotguns, grenade launchers, and snipers work with Sacco weapons. On the scene with the intervention team, you can see 3 15-ton MRAP vehicles of the Polish Army's Agat unit, which provide cover for the intervention unit due to the mined area. These vehicles are designed to withstand booby-trap explosive systems. The Agat unit is a special military unit designated for fulfilling demanding tasks. Their main mission is clearly stated as find and destroy, meaning that they are prepared to intervene against the most serious threats. The unit is deployed during sudden events, for example during armed robberies, kidnappings or hostage-taking. They also participate in planned operations with the criminal police units, with the national headquarters against organized crime, with the anti-drug headquarters and others. Practically, these are cases related to organized crime, like human trafficking, arms trafficking, drug distribution, extortion or serious robberies. Their officers regularly participate in securing large events such as NATO Days, Colors of Ostrava Festival, Beats for Love and others. Typically, after finishing this raid, the teams begin to report control of the situation. The building, vehicles and surroundings are under control, some of the perpetrators neutralized, the rest detained. MRAPs and other vehicles are conducting usually perimeter control and providing escort to hostages and detainees. Vehicles form into a convoy and are departing. So now you can see their vehicles once again, starting with Volkswagen, cars and vans, 3 MRAPs. So this is Polish Special Unit Agat from Gliwice. And Toyota Hilux with a special team on board. Okay, there was a 1 minute silence for the departed members of the unit, and now, in conclusion, I believe that through this demonstration you were brought closer to how demanding the work of the police officers, soldiers and all those striving for your safety is, and how important international cooperation is. I hope you enjoyed the demonstration and that you take away a better understanding of the deployment and professionalism of these special units. So with this, the intervention unit of the Regional Directorate of the Moravian Silesian region and the Polish unit SOF Agat from Gliwice are saying goodbye to you. And we will have opportunity to watch Leopard 204, Titus, and later UH-60M Blackhawk. And I'm passing the word on to my colleague Ben, who will talk you through that part.
I certainly will. Thanks, Dalibor. He'll be back with us in not too long for the Czech Foreign Police demonstration. But yes, as he says, here we've got the Leopard 2A4 and the Titus COVs being exhibited by the Czech Army's 7th Mechanised Brigade. The Leopard 2A4, current main battle tank. We saw the newer 2A8 version being exhibited by its manufacturer earlier on, but the 2A4 version is the one currently in Czech Army service. And the Titus COVs is a wheeled armoured command and communications vehicle, and that's what's on your screen now. Powering it, a 500 odd horsepower Cummins diesel engine. And the COVs, as we see here, is used to ensure a flow of information on the battlefield between command posts and deployed units. The chassis on which it's built is a product of the well-known Czech company Tatra Defence Vehicle. It's one of a whole family of infantry transport vehicles in the Nexter Titus series. You can see it has 6 wheels, range of about 700 or so kilometres. Top speed in the region of 95 kilometres an hour. It can tackle water of a depth of up to 1.2 metres. And while we're seeing it active on the flat today, it's able to climb up terrain up to 30 degrees of incline and tilt up to 25 degrees to either side. Onboard armament comes in the form of a single 7.62mm machine gun fixed on the commander's swivelling hatch. Both the front and rear axles are steerable. And the transmission, also manufactured by Tatra, is able to be put into both road and off-road modes. Powering in though now the Leopard 2A4 main battle tank. The Czech Army has received several of these as a donation from Germany, where the Leopards are manufactured, in return for its support to Ukraine during its current war. And as we were saying earlier, the latest Leopard 2A8 is going to be acquired as a follow-on. On board, you can see it's got a 120mm caliber cannon with which it's able to destroy armoured targets, enemy troops and low-flying aircraft. In addition to the cannon, there are a pair of 7.62mm MG3 machine guns, one of which is coupled with the cannon and an anti-aircraft gun on the hatch. Its self-protection equipment isn't as advanced as that I was describing earlier on the new 2A8. But nonetheless, the crew enjoys a high degree of protection. That crew numbering 4, the tank commander, a gunner, a charger and a driver. Weight over 55,000 kilos. And it can power to a maximum speed of 68 kilometers per hour when travelling forwards and 30 km/h backwards. On the road it's got a range of some 340 kilometres. In the field that's reduced to 220. The engine, 1500 horsepower MTU MB873, also of German manufacture. As is that 120mm cannon, a Rheinmetall L44. As for the 7th Mechanised Brigade, which provided those two vehicles, it was formed in 1994, and it's the Czech Army's main heavy ground fighting unit, which apart from national defence also contributes to EU and NATO forces. Apart from the Leopard 2A4, it's still got the T-72M4CZ Soviet-designed tank in service, and the BVP-2 infantry fighting vehicle, which we have also seen on display here. But that was the Leopard 2A4 and the Titus COVs providing their demonstration today. As the dust literally settles after that demonstration, we're waiting for our next solo helicopter display of the afternoon. And it's just lifted from the parking area on the far side of the airport and will be running in now. Following on from the very exciting Block 70 F-16C we saw earlier, this is our second display of the day from the Slovak Air Force, this time from the 1st Helicopter Squadron stationed at Prešov, and it's the Sikorsky UH-60M Blackhawk. No question about it now, the Blackhawk ranks right alongside the Bell UH-1 Iroquois, the Huey, of which we'll be seeing a much newer version later on, as one of the greatest battlefield helicopters of all time. It started out as a successor to the UH-1, first flying in 1974. Well, more than 50 years later, UH-1s are still being produced, but so are these. A major part of the design philosophy was that it should be air transportable in a C-130 Hercules, and of course a high degree of survivability for the crew was another element. On board it can carry 11 troops with full equipment in the cabin, and it can also tote a 4-ton underslung load. Now basically, wherever American ground forces have been engaged over the years, UH-60s have supported them. They were first used in a hostile theatre in 1983 with the US invasion of Grenada. Then 6 years later came Operation Just Cause, the invasion of Panama. They were engaged in that. Then they were deployed in vast numbers to the Gulf and were used for airborne assaults in the ground phase of 1991's Operation Desert Storm. And the list just goes on and on. Somalia, in particular the Battle of Mogadishu, the Balkans, Afghanistan, then back to Iraq. As far as Europe's concerned, they've been a key feature of the infantry of US Army Europe stationed in Germany. For well in excess of 40 years now, but until fairly recently the Blackhawk saw only limited take-up with European air arms, but that has all started to change. Nowadays, apart from Slovakia, the air arms of Albania, Austria, who've got one of their S-70 Blackhawk models here in the static park, Croatia, Sweden and Turkey all fly these helicopters, and they're awaited by Lithuania and Portugal as well. It's even been selected to replace much newer designs. The Australian Army retired its F-70A Blackhawks in favour of the MRH-90 version of the NH-90 we'll be seeing later, but now it's decided to replace those, and guess what it's bought? The UH-60M Blackhawk. This is an M model, quite a major update on the earlier ones, more efficient rotor blades, one of the main changes. It's also got new avionics in the cockpit and more powerful versions of the General Electric T701 turboshaft engine. Slovakia initially bought 9 of these, and they've been used to replace its fleet of Soviet-era MIL Mi-17s. All 9 have been delivered by the end of 2019. Then in 2021 it signed up for 2 more. It's since requested a dozen ex-US Army UH-60Ls to really bolster the fleet, so useful have they found the Blackhawk. And apart from supporting the Slovak armed forces, they've got all sorts of roles to play in support of civilian activities like firefighting, natural disaster relief, and so forth.
Prvých let bol rok 1974 a od roku 2017 sa stali aj súčasťou výzbroje ozbrojených síl Slovenskej republiky. Bylo zase zastaviť stúpanie, dopredu a bude zase prúdko naberať výzbroj. Nasledujúci prvo bude úvod, tentokrát ale doprava. Doplniť naberať po dopredu dopredu brány, vypustkou zatáčkou zákonom 60 stupňov, vykonajú rozhodom na 60 stupňov. Pri tomto manévre dochádza preťaženiu až 2G, to znamená, že pilot váži asi 100 kg sa cíti ako vážil letcov. Následne bude pokračovať doľava od brány nízko na teréne. V tejto fáze letu sa budú pripravovať kontrolovať brány.
There have been all sorts of variations on the basic Blackhawk theme. They've been adapted for combat search and rescue and special operations forces use by the US Air Force. The VH-60 VIP transport helicopter is on the strength of the US Marine Corps as part of the presidential transport fleet, often serving as Marine 1 when the president is on board. And it's been developed into the very popular SH-60C Hawk maritime helicopter and the MH-60T Jayhawk rescue helicopter for the US Coast Guard, amongst others. Now, in for a very rapid rolling landing briefly. Although I'm not sure it actually touched down on this occasion. On the at least one of the previous show days, it used part of the cross taxiway on the airport itself to do that. In fact, using the grass area just in front of the main crowd line for the touchdowns. I don't think that's employed by any of the other display aircraft in the show. The UH-60 acquisition, along with the F-16 purchase, one of the central planks of the modernisation of the Slovak armed forces. And with these very established American types, they've certainly chosen well. A bow to the crowd from Colonel Stefan Okosh and his crew from the 1st Helicopter Squadron, Slovak Air Force, with the Sikorsky UH-60M Blackhawk. Okay, well, another break now from the aerial action. It's back to the ground displays, and this time they come courtesy of the Czech Foreign Police. And as the Blackhawk continues to bow to all sections of the NATO Days audience, it's back to Dalibor Cibulka.
Thank you, Ben. So good afternoon to all viewers. The following demonstration will concern the Directorate of the Foreign Police and their service, which is best illustrated by the following dynamic demonstration. The Foreign Police is a highly specialized part of the police of the Czech Republic, and there are approximately 3,000 policemen and women serving in their ranks. They are involved in controlling foreigners in the Czech Republic, protecting state borders, especially at international airports, and above all, fighting illegal migration and smuggling. Smuggling is the topic of today's demonstration, in which you will be introduced to several departments of the Directorate of the Foreign Police Service that specialize in this type of illegal activity. And who is a smuggler? He is not a hero nor a savior. He is a person who preys on human misfortune. A smuggler is a person who illegally smuggles migrants across state borders. They do this for considerable sums of money and often carry out the transport in completely unsuitable conditions without regard for safety and health, but only for profit. In the demonstration that you are going to see now, a group of smugglers will arrange just such a transport of migrants near the Czech borders. And as you can see, the two vehicles have already arrived in the area. The smugglers are agreeing on the next steps, and the illegal migrants are crowded inside the vehicles. The head of the entire group is arriving at the scene, who is handing over the money, including the latest instructions. However, the Foreign Police has been monitoring this from a distance for some time now with a police drone, thanks to which they have up-to-date information about what is happening. They also very often receive information from foreign colleagues. Above all, fast and well-functioning international police cooperation is absolutely crucial in catching smuggling gangs. And we can now wait for the commander's order to intervene. You have just heard it. Even though the sharp intervention itself only lasts a few moments, it always slows it down a bit for the audience. It may be simple, it may seem simple, but each police officer knows exactly what to do. He knows his role and task, from securing the perpetrators to checking the surroundings. It's something like a well-coordinating music band. In the front part of the demonstration, you have the opportunity to see the work of police officers from the Specialized Intervention Department. This is a new elite unit of the foreign police which specializes in and focuses on the most serious interventions in the airport territory, especially at Václav Havel Airport in Prague, where the number of checked-in passengers is already approaching 20 million per year. They are armed with HK-416 assault rifles, which are used by a number of elite commandos and are even equipped with the same equipment that special forces had, for example, when capturing Osama bin Laden. In the middle, you have the opportunity to see our special dog, whose name is NATO. He easily dealt with the smuggler, all under the perfect guidance of his two-legged partner. And where else should he perform than at NATO Days? He chose this advertisement well. The NATO dog serves in the foreigners' detention facility and is one of the best watchdogs in the ranks of the police of the Czech Republic. At the same time, you can follow the work of the mobile unit of the Foreign Police. It was created as a response to the migration crisis in 2015, where several thousand people passed through the Czech territory, and the Foreign Police at that time didn't have a unit that could intervene almost immediately anywhere in the Czech Republic. 10 years later, the mobile unit is already strategically located in Prague, Hradec Králové, Brno and Ostrava, 4 major cities, and almost 150 policemen and women serve in its ranks. They are trained and educated in detecting illegal migration and smuggling. After the arrest itself, the police officers are in no hurry to go anywhere. All searches, whether of people or vehicles, are carried out very carefully so that nothing is missed and unnecessary mistakes are avoided. Each detained person is handcuffed and a security search follows. During this, they must make 100% sure that the perpetrator does not have any weapon or other object with which he could endanger himself or anyone else. Over the past 3 years, the number of illegal migrants transiting through the Czech Republic territory further to the west of Europe has been gradually decreasing. This development is the result not only of the migration policy of neighboring states, but also of a number of preventive measures that are being implemented across the entire Republic and which continue this year. While in 2022 they caught over 21,000 illegal migrants, in 2023 it was around 5,000. Last year it was less than 500, and this year they are at 110. A significant decrease has been recorded on the entire Western Balkan route, which is the main migration route through the territory of the Czech Republic. So this was the demonstration of the Foreigners Police Department, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. You can now look forward to a beautiful fighter jet Eurofighter Typhoon with my colleague Ben.
And thanks again, Dalibor. Yes, we've got the German Luftwaffe about to entertain us with their Eurofighter EF-2000, and we have another one of those coming up in F-2000A Typhoon form later from the Italian Air Force. The German aircraft currently backtracking the runway prior to takeoff.
Jedná se o letoun z jaké generace, je to podobné koncepce, jako je Gripen, to znamená kanál a delta křídlo. To znamená, že dokáže manévrovat v velice malém prostoru. Zajímavostí letounu je, že má takzvaný super cruise, jeho optimální spotřeba je až nad hranicí rychlostí zvuku.
Přesně tak. A i tak už se nám připravuje Eurocopteru a svého názoru, takže to je právě hvězdou, takže vám určitě máme otevřenou pokud se dostanete služby, protože kamarád byl natočit svou Blackhawku, kterou určitě neslyšíte.
Další zajímavost, fanoušci Gripenu určitě byli, že tento letoun má úplně stejný kanál, a to je K-27. Munici a 27 mm. Nicméně s tím porovnáním s Gripenem naprosto končí, protože v oblasti Eurofighteru je 1090 metrů, nicméně my na Gripenu máme pouze 80 metrů.
On the roll then, the Eurofighter EF-2000 of the German Luftwaffe. This weekend coming from Taktisches Luftwaffengeschwader or Tactical Air Force Wing 31 stationed at Nervenich. That's one of 4 Luftwaffe wings operating the EF-2000. Was the first to bring about a full multi-role capability when GBU-48 Advanced Paveway 2 laser-guided bombs were delivered in December 2017. Defence role, the German Eurofighters had been operational since long before that. In fact, they started to take over the QRA, Quick Reaction Alert, air defence capability in Germany from the F4F Phantom II force back in 2008. running NATO mission to provide air policing to the Baltic states has of course been much in the headlines in recent days, with the incursions into Estonian airspace by Russian MiG-31 Foxhound fighters. Well, Luftwaffe EF-2000s like this have been heavily engaged in contributing to Baltic air policing. And that in March 2023 included the first dual force QRA sortie in the Baltics. EF-2000s and their RAF Typhoon counterparts, and on that very first sortie they intercepted 2 Russian aeroplanes, an Ilyushin Il-78 Midas and an Antonov An-148. Like with the French Rafales, as I described when we saw that aircraft earlier, the Luftwaffe EF-2000 fleet is being expanded. Eurofighter Typhoons are built in what are called tranches, each of which has a different standard. And just as the RAF is retiring its Tranche 1 Typhoons, so the Tranche 1 aircraft of the Luftwaffe are gradually being phased out in favour of new Tranche 4 aeroplanes, 38 of which were ordered in 2020. And then at the Ila Berlin Air Show last year, there was announced a commitment to buy 20 more as a sign of Germany's contribution increasing to NATO following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. What's more, 15 of the Luftwaffe's aircraft will be modified by 2030 into electronic combat versions so they can replace the long-in-the-tooth Tornado ECR. Setting himself up then on the downwind leg to land the Eurofighter EF-2000 display pilot from Taktisches Luftwaffengeschwader 31, Lieutenant Colonel Bam Bam, that's his call sign. The German military making an ever bigger contribution to European air shows. I said that much earlier when we saw the Tiger opening the programme from the German Army, and we've got one more item from them, the NH-90, still to come later.
Německa, my budeme vlastně porovnat toto vystoupení právě s italským Eurofighter Typhoon zhruba 16 hodin. Připomínám, že cokoliv natočíte, jakékoliv
After the EF-2000 has landed, we'll be moving on to another ground display by the Czech and Slovak customs services, and then it's the next of our national display teams for today, the Turkish Stars.
která vypadá jako ovečka, protože tam napsáno, rodiče, že dostali vystavená potraví nebo ovečky České republiky. Připomínám, holčička zhruba 3 let nabružila žečku, hodně velkýrák, s kabelkou bílou. Poprosíme ji rodiče, aby se dostavili do modrého stanu, ten jaděno vyšli do zóny, je ten stojánky, který si zapakovaná letadla, třeba ten největší tankovací Airbus A330. Holčička přiletá bržuje, takže bude velkýráčky ztratila, tak si ji prosím vyzvedněte. Děkujeme za další úžasnou ukázku ve vzduchu. Dámy a pánové, nás čeká další dynamická ukázka na zemi. Jsme velice rádi, že tuto ukázku s námi přímo na tom letenskou stanovišti bude sledovat na tom rozhodnou výzvy. Dámy a pánové, to bude nám celou, která vaše ukázkou nás provede.
And so for this multinational customs service demonstration, it's back to Dalibor.
Thank you, Ben. So at the main commentary station there is a finance minister following this demonstration as well, finance minister of the Czech Republic, Mr. Stanjura. So ladies and gentlemen, dear viewers, allow me to welcome you to NATO Days in Ostrava. I'll talk you through the following demonstration concerning the customs authority of the Czech Republic. In the following minutes, I will guide you through a dynamic demonstration that is prepared for you now, and allow me to say a few introductory words. The Customs Authority of the Czech Republic is a system of administrative bodies and an armed security force whose task is to defend the economic interests of the state, especially in the area of customs and certain taxes. As part of this, the Customs Authority transfers an amount to the state budget that averages unbelievable 165 billion Czech crowns per year. The main competencies of the customs administration include customs and tax management, collection and enforcement of certain fees, and control of gambling. In addition to this, they also detect certain crimes such as tax evasion, illegal transportation of drugs and weapons, and infringement of trademark rights. For these purposes, they also have an operational deployment group, which is part of the investigation section of the General Directorate of Customs. This group is a highly specialized unit with nationwide jurisdiction designed primarily to combat the most serious criminal activities. In today's demonstration, you will see international cooperation between the Operational Deployment Group from the Customs Authority and the Service Intervention Unit from the Criminal Office of the Financial Administration of the Czech Republic. I'll now draw your attention to a model situation in which the Customs investigation team operationally discovered that illegal trade involving weapons and narcotics was to take place in the border area with Slovakia. For these reasons, a customs officer infiltrated the group of offenders who acts as an agent and continuously informs colleagues about the activities of this organized group of offenders. In a short while, you will see a joint intervention of the Operation Deployment Group and the Service Intervention Units, whose task will be to detain persons suspected of criminal activity in the transfer of weapons and drugs. In terms of interventions, it's important to arrest the perpetrators at the same time and prevent the possible escape of the suspects. The intervention teams have intel that these persons will be armed and will most likely put up this active resistance. On the screen you can already see the meeting of all organizers of the crime, Czech and Slovak nationalities at pre-arranged place where the perpetrators confirm the time and place of the handover. At the same time, we could see the perpetrator on the motorcycle that he's constantly monitoring that no one is following the group along the route and that they can safely close the deal. The perpetrators have no idea that a customs agent is among them the whole time, waiting for the right moment to give the signal to the commanders of the intervention teams to start the implementation of the criminal file. Now the deal itself is taking place. Of course, after it, the perpetrators will try to disappear unnoticed into the interior of both states. However, none of them takes into account the option that they may instead find themselves in a pre-trial detention cell. So, ladies and gentlemen, the actual operation is now underway. We have just seen that using the moment of surprise and the coercive means of threatening with a pointed firearm, the perpetrators were gradually pacified in a rapid sequence of events. Now they are being handcuffed. There were also complications during the operation, where the perpetrators tried to leave the scene of the crime using all their firepower. During the operation, explosive devices were also used, which served to disorient the arrested persons. Personal searches are currently underway, based on which it will be determined whether the perpetrators have any hidden weapons on them. Other officers are standing in a safe position and monitoring the situation. The perpetrators have therefore been restricted in their personal freedom and are now in a so-called detention regime. They will be escorted to a pre-trial detention cell. However, the arrest of perpetrators is the culmination of the long and demanding work of customs officers who devote months and often years to a given criminal case. As for the deployment of these officers, it must always be properly justified. This unit is not used for standard interventions against less dangerous offenders. The customs authority always carefully considers the level of forcefulness of service interventions, and these officers are deployed only in cases where it's truly justified. At the time of the intervention, customs officers are wearing work overalls or trousers made of special non-flammable material. They are equipped with a ballistic helmet, a light ballistic vest. In some cases they also use a heavy ballistic vest equipped with tactical accessories. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finished the demonstration of the Customs Authority of the Czech Republic and the Financial Administration of the Slovak Republic for the moment. The Operational Deployment Group and the Service Intervention Unit are saying goodbye to you. And once again, they demonstrate their vehicles to the spectators on site here at the airport of Leoš Janáček in Ostrava, Czech Republic, on the occasion of NATO Days 2025. Thank you once again, and now I am passing my word over to Ben again for further instructions and demonstrations.
Thank you very much indeed, Dalibor. That was pretty exciting stuff, wasn't it? And so is what we've got coming up next, as the CV-90 makes its way back across the tank exercise area following its appearances earlier on. The aircraft in the next of the national display teams today are backtracking down the runway, ready for departure, and then ready to go into their show. First appearance for this team at NATO Days for very many years, and a very welcome return made by the Turkish Air Force aerobatic team, the Türk Yıldızları, the Turkish Stars. Formed in the early 1990s, and they fly what I think must be the oldest type currently in service with a European jet display team, the oldest airframes, certainly the Northrop NF-5A single-seater and NF-5B two-seater versions of the initial models of Northrop F-5, the so-called Freedom Fighters, before the F-5E and F Tiger IIs that we're quite familiar with seeing flown by the Swiss Air Force Patrouille Suisse came along. These, as the N in the designation suggests, ex-Royal Netherlands Air Force jets, so they've been attending air shows in one way or another for a very long period indeed.
Představu ztracených dětí. No a přátelé, ještě dáme slovo komentátorovi sovětských zručných sil, který je časný sám. Tak ještě řečíme pár důležitých informací z dnešního programu.
And for this next display, we'll pass you over to the Turkish Stars' own commentator.
Turkish Stars, a pak nás čeká ještě v průběhu odpoledne 9členná skupina královských vzdušných sil z Velké Británie, Red Arrows, kteří sem do České republiky přiletěli už po třetí. Z těch hodně zajímavých dynamických ukázek můžu slíbit taky stroj JAS-39C Gripen českých vzdušných sil. Letos poprvé v rámci ukázky na dnech NATO se na tomto stroji v rámci displeje vystoupení představí český pilot kapitán Honza Rac, a lákavá bude určitě taky ukázka italského námořnictva, které představí letoun Harrier. Po 15 letech tento stroj uvidíme ve vzduchu. Před 15 roky se s ním představili vzdušné síly z Velké Británie. Letos má premiéru tento stroj v barvách Itálie. Italský blok bude taky hodně zajímavý, protože tam uvidíme stroj M346, taky Spartan C-27 a rovněž Eurofighter Typhoon. Teď ale nebe, myslím si, rozbázní a rozbouří Turkish Stars, turecké hvězdy. Tak za 2 minuty to všechno vypukne, dostal jsem právě teď informaci, takže přátelé, už za 2 minuty budou startovat stroje Turkish Stars, 6 strojů, které nám tady představí neskutečnou show. Bude to show doplněná originálním komentářem, taky muzikou, takže se rozhodně máte na co těšit. Myslím si, že to bude velice zajímavé a lákavé, tak pokud právě teď míříte sem k nám do prostoru dynamických ukázek a třeba nás posloucháte v rámci aplikace Radio Čas 2 na to, pojďte blíž, protože teď to bude stát za to. První trojice nám vzlétla z dráhy 2.2 Mošnovského letiště. Následovat bude druhá trojice. Součástí tohoto vystoupení budou taky kouřové barevné efekty, takže si připravte foťáky a kamery. A v tuhletu chvíli předávám slovo komentátorovi této ukázky. Ladies and gentlemen, Turkish Stars and commentator Fatih Sağlam.
First Lieutenant Fatih Sağlam, commentator of Turkish Stars, one of the fastest aerobatic teams in the world and the national aerobatic team of Turkey. Dear distinguished guests, spectators and dear participants, you will watch our 6 supersonic aircraft display. Vážení diváci, vítejte na letové ukázce akrobatického týmu tureckého jezdy. Jsem nadporučík Fatih Sağlam, komentátor vystoupení tureckého jezdy. Učil jsem se pro vás česky, omluvte prosím možné chyby. Doufám, že se vám to bude líbit. Everybody wake up, please. Now, it's Turkish Stars time. We have been looking forward to it and finally it's our turn. Greetings from Turkey, the lovely country where the two continents, Europe and Asia, meet. Привезли себе вам поздраві Турецка. Now, it's showtime. Let's light up the sky with the shining stars. To begin with, the national aerobatic team of Turkey, followers of our great leader Mustafa Kemal Atatürk are coming up on your left in Alpha formation. Nasze wyjazdy przeletaje lewe stronie. Jste připraveni na úžasnou show. Here you are, the Turkish Stars. After saluting you proudly, Turkish Stars announcing their name in Turkey and abroad with their outstanding performance. By changing their formation to Delta formation are coming on your right hand side crosswise. İşte Türk milletinin cesur kartalları. Now, they take the jet formation with the command of leaders. In 360 degree, turn their convert into needle formation. Now they are in crescent formation. Nasze wyjazdy leci podle pokinu vedoucího týmu a nyní jsou jehlové formací. İşte karşınızda Türk bayrağının hilali. I would like to remind you that they do not use any computer systems, everything is done manually. Now they are taking the delta formation. Our next passage is barrel roll in delta formation. The distance among each aircraft is 3 feet, 1 meter, and it is maintained only by the coordination of the hands and the eyes. Look to the left hand side, please, to see them. Nasze wyjazdy przeletają lewej stronie. Sześć letadel se pohybuje jako jedno. They start pitching up, and as you see, 6 aircraft as followed by the same hand, 6 individuals flying as if with a single mind are rolling as they are tied to each other. Six aircraft to come into view, all right. Nasze wyjazdy przeletają prawej stronie. You will see the top view of NF5s in a well-coordinated fly pass. Canopy on Aero formation. Now solos are leaving. Ready now. Turkish Stars, founded in 1992 and holds a long history of aerobatic teams. Currently, Türk Yıldızları being the latest of all, there are other teams such as Milli, Uçan Kuğular, Akrep, Yarasalar and Coşkun in the past of Turkish Air Force. Our next move is synchronized roll, and they are coming from the left. Nasze wyjazdy przelataje lewej stronie. Маневр чиправан. Touch. One more time. Now. Our solo number 4, 5 and 6 are coming on your left hand side. Nasze wyjazdy przelataje lewej stronie. In front there are solo number 5 and 6. Solo number 5 inverted in mirror formation. And coming behind is the star solo number 4, the float maneuver, barrel rolling in trail around the smoke. Türk Yıldızları is the only team that has already performed a display to more than 1 million people with the display in Baku, Azerbaijan. Turecki wyjazdy przekonali rekord więcej niż milionu divaku na 7 wystąpień Azerbejdżanu. 3 aircraft to come from your right hand side. They pull up in some position. Just in seconds they climbed up to 3 kilometers high and looking down on earth inverted with minimum speed of their aircraft. Now, they started diving. Last rule with perfect harmony. Our solo number 4, 5 and 6 are coming from the front. Nasze wyjazdy przelataje primo proti wam. Keep an eye on them. They are coming towards us for a breathtaking crossover break. 3, 2, 1, go! Separating from each other with a hard 7.5 G-turn. This maneuver will require precise timing. They are repositioning for the head-on pass. The lead solo is coming on your right and the opposite solo on your left. Hang on tight. Maneuver Chipravan. Touch. And Incredible will continue their turns again for their third cross. Get ready. Now. Coming behind is the Star main wing, 4 aircraft from the front. Nasze wjezdy прилетаje primo protivom. Ready? Go! Breakaway of two ship formation with a positive 6G turn. Now the reverse turn. Две летатла прилети справа, две злава, а прямо пред нами се закрижи. They are coming from left and right for head-on and cross pass. Hang on tight. Keep an eye on them. Ready now. Our solo number 5 and 6 are coming on your left hand side, left 45 degrees. Nasze wyjazdy przeletaje lewego uhlu. Solo liderleki obracenie attach. 6 aircraft more than 60 degrees bank angle, negative 3G for the leader. And here is the result. A blood rush from all his vein to his brain for a sustained 20 seconds. Yıldızlarımız Mustafa ile Kemal gibi huzurlarınızdalar. At this time, solo number 4 is coming on your right. Nasze wyjazdy przeletaje prawej strony. Pulls up. And successive rollings, a maneuver that makes everybody feel dizzy. Carries on diving like an eagle aiming to hot its spray. A react descent rate more than 6,000 feet per minute. And coming for your cheers. manevru se vam može zamotati lava. Let me redirect your attention to the main wing, which will take stage by coming from left-hand side in trail formation, left 45 degrees. Naše vjezdy preletaje levého úhlu. They start pitching up. They perform barrel roll. You see the aesthetics in 3 dimensions. Drazí Češi, nyní pro vás máme speciální manévr. Prosím, dívejte se přímo před sebe. Now the stars are coming from the front. They will draw a big heart for the world peace. Toto srdce věnujeme vám. This heart from Turkish nation toward to Czech people. Meanwhile, we are expecting the main wing for aircraft to come your right hand side. Naše vyjezdy preletaje pravé strany. And they go to close formation as they climbed. After reaching the top, finally, the bomb burst. Break away now. Solid coming on your right hand side. Roll to inverted position and start the negative 3G climbs. The aircraft is inverted, the stick is pushed forward. Naše vyjezdy preletaje pravé straně. Solid leky obraciane. Touch! Now, 6G turn for approaching and saluting in front of us. Herkes görsün bunu. Bir jet tayyaresi işte böyle uçurulur. And now star solo number 6 is coming on your left hand side upside down. Nasze wjazdy przeletaje lewej stronie. Solo 6 leki operacjane. Touch! He is waving, but not with the hands. You see with the wing, of course. You are the wing rock! Look to the left hand side, please, for the domino roll. Nasze wjazdy przeletaje lewej stronie. Ready? Jedna, dwa, three, three. One more time now. Ladies and gentlemen, everything will happen in the blink of an eye. This crossing will be beyond your expectations, I think. Solo lead coming on your left. No way out but one. He'll pass through the diamond. Maneuver Cipravan. Touch. Nasze wjazdy przeletaje prawej stronie. Solo number 5 with a new very slow pass from your right hand side. He will wave you and you can wheel him back. Turkish Stars are coming for final. Look at, please. Vážení hosté, turecký výjezdy přiletají k našemu finálnímu manévru. Mikrofon je váš.
Jsme rádi, že s vámi po 12 letech můžeme zastavit do 3, 4, 5, 6, 1.
Dalgalan sen de şafaklar gibi ey şanlı hilal. Olsun artık dökülen kanlarımın hepsi helal. Ebediyen sana yok, ırkıma yok izmihlal. Hakkıdır hür yaşamış bayrağımın hürriyet. Hakkıdır hakka tapan milletimin istiklali. Maneuver to prevent touch. A stunning and traditional finish from Turkish Stars. You have watched the Turkish Stars. Bilisme uaz radi, dofam jejsem neucelal minohu hibi. S pozdravem, nas hileda no!
Fatih Salam, commentator of Turkish Stars. Děkujeme! Fantastická ukázka Turkish Stars nám vrcholí. Za chviličku uvidíme přistání těchto 6 strojů.
You can follow us Instagram at Turk Yıldızları 1. Turk Yıldızları 1.
Ano, samozřejmě můžete označit na Instagramu, pokud jste natáčeli videa. A samozřejmě vzdušné síly armády České republiky budou rády, když jakoukoliv ukázku ve vzduchu taky označíte jako vzdušné síly. Takže cokoliv jste natočili, cokoliv dáváte na Instagram, tak tam klidně.
The Turkish Stars spreading colour across the Ostrava skies. We have one more national aerobatic team to come, and in fact that is the next but one item on the programme, and it is of course the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows. Now seems like an opportune time to once again say hello to everyone watching this official live stream by Plains TV of the 2025 NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days here in the Czech Republic. In case you've just joined us, my name is Ben Dunnell, and I've still got plenty more to guide you through over the rest of the afternoon. Hello from Plains TV to everyone taking part in their online chat. Hope you're all having a really good day as well, enjoying your weekend with us in our company from Ostrava Airport. Don't forget that Plains TV's streaming service, watch.plainstv.com, includes all sorts of back catalogue material of famous air shows gone by, and there's much more still to enjoy in this 2025 season as well, with programmes on events from around the UK and mainland Europe still to be released.
Myslím si, že to bude velice atraktivní ukázka. Turecké hvězdy nám postupně přistávají, děkujeme ještě jednou za komentář komentátorovi Fatimu Salamovi. Připomínám, že ještě dnes budeme vyhodnocovat výsledky krásných velikové soutěže.
Now we're coming up to what for me is one of the definite highlights of this year's NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days, an item that really reflects the modernisation of the Czech Air Force, and in particular the equipment of the 22nd helicopter base. And I'm delighted for the second day running to have with me one of the base's pilots in the form of Captain Miroslav Hovorka. Miroslav, a very warm welcome to NATO Days 2025.
Thank you, and I'm saying hello to all the listeners who joined the English version online.
Now, we've got Miroslav with us here because he is one of those fortunate enough to have recently converted to the two Bell H-1 types, which are making their NATO Days debut in Czech service, and as part of which are going to be flying in the next scenario, namely the new AH-1Z and UH-1Y. But maybe before we go on to both see those and talk about those, you could just explain for us again your military flying progression before you converted recently to the H-1.
Yeah, I can start it. Our base was equipped with Mi-2 force, which was called like flying tank Heinz, and they started to be obsolete and pretty old for modern warfare and modern battlefield. It didn't have any modern sensors and capabilities for like long ranges fire. So our government decided to replace those helicopters, and the winner of the competition was system H-1s, which perfectly fits to our tasks and pretty much missions for our base.
Yes, and when we talk about the H-1 as a system, as I say, it covers two types: the AH-1Z, officially known as the Viper, and the UH-1Y, officially known as the Venom, but you tend to call them the Zulu and the Yankee, don't you?
It depends. But for us, it's more used as you said, the Zulu and Yankees. Yeah. But also, we are quite familiar with the names Viper and Venom, but both of them start with the V, so it makes it a little bit complicated. Yeah. And from the very beginning, we were confused as well, like Viper and Venom. I mean, both terms are together because you can find Venom in a Viper sleeve. So
absolutely. And we'll move on in a little while to talk about some of the particular capabilities that these two new helicopters bring to bear, but they're going to be taking part here in a combined ground and air scenario, part of which is starting to unfold now. It's simulating an attack on the front line of defences, and in this case the commander of a Czech Army mechanised unit has received a task from higher command to neutralise enemy forces in the area of operation, and you can see that area of operation in the tank exercise area here in front of us. So first off into the battlefield is a reconnaissance vehicle with information warfare units on board, and that's aiming to locate the enemy and then covertly transmit audio messages to convince those enemy to surrender without a fight. So that's what it's doing now. Meantime, we can see the two helicopters orbiting off in the distance, ready to be called in.
Exactly. They established their battle position somewhere behind the battlefield, just to be ready for duty on call. Basically, we do two types of procedures. It could be close air support just for the ground units, or pretty faster way, call for fire.
So in this case, it certainly looks as though they will have to be called upon, because the location of the enemy position has been ascertained, and there seems to be quite a lot of smoke being emitted from the vehicle, which is now making its way off the battlefield. The calls have been futile so far, and the soft power of the PSYOPs, the Psychological Operations Units of the 91st Information Warfare Group, have on this occasion proved ineffective. So the commander of the ground unit is going to have to escalate the situation. And it looks very much as if an all-arms attack is going to be called in.
Now we can see especially the first bird, it's a Zulu, it's an attack helicopter, it's AH-1Z, pretty much tipped very high over the battlefield and doing its dive, shooting the rockets to the enemy locations. We can see also Yankee providing cover behind it. Now you can see the smoke after the impacts of the rockets. H-1 just scanning the area, calling back to the ground forces commander that area is clear now and they can move on to scene.
And just as I predicted, the all-arms attack is being called in. Would that have been an attack with Hellfires, possibly, from the AH-1Z there?
I wouldn't say so, because the distance was pretty short. Yes. Hellfire is more like out of the sight rockets, so I would say they used unguided rockets for this purpose.
Now we've got a platoon of heavy brigade combat forces that have deployed into an assault formation. They're firing with their mounted weapons, and they're going to support the deployment of the infantry element, which will dismount from those vehicles when they come to a stop, and also laying a very effective smoke screen across the battlefield. All of you who fly the H-1s are dual type rated on both the AH-1Z and the UH-1Y, I believe.
We will get these capabilities in the near future, but for now we are only one type pilots. Okay. But because the like 85% of the system is similar, so even the avionics is pretty much similar. Yeah. So there are really good reasons to be like two-type pilot in the near future.
Now look out onto the battlefield. The members of the infantry element have dismounted from the vehicles, and it's they who are going to now ensure the destruction of the enemy by advancing onto the enemy position. And this is the sort of armed overwatch capability we're seeing here from the helicopters.
Exactly. Both helicopters put their sensors onto the battlefield and providing pretty much instantaneously information back to the ground force commander to operate his scene on the ground.
What sort of sensors are we talking about in the two types?
We have multi-zoom cameras on board, and also we have, for the night purposes, flares, so we are able to operate within the night condition as well.
Now, the first of the H-1 types to arrive in the Czech Republic were two AH-1Z models, and they did so in August 2023. Where are you at with developing the operational capability at the moment?
We have currently our instructors already done. The first few were under the US training. The other wave was taught by our instructors. So right now we are gaining all the capabilities back, and so far we are like halfway to our goals, I would say.
Good progress in such a relatively rapid space of time.
Exactly. And we are planning to be capable of any deployment anywhere else outside of the Czech Republic within 2027. So we are on a good way.
Yes, absolutely you are. Well, the infantry forces have advanced and taken out quite a few of the enemy in so doing, but it seems like one of their own number has himself been injured, having crossed the enemy lines. It's very much a case of man down, and the infantry element commander has sent in a first aid specialist, a so-called combat lifesaver, to treat the wounded man immediately. The rest of the unit is making sure the perimeter of the battle area is secured, and they're also seeking out any potential additional threats. You mentioned the Hind earlier, Miroslav. The Hind, particularly earlier in its service, was a combined transport and attack helicopter, and you've really got part of that capability back here with the Yankee, haven't you?
Exactly, as you said, we pretty much replaced one helicopter, pretty heavy one for combat assault as well as transport capabilities. Actually, we never used this capability, but now we have two helicopters, more eyes on the scene and more capabilities. And like the cover for Zulus is pretty much by the sensors only and should be deployed farther from the field. Rather, the Yankee is equipped with the door gunners, so pretty much for the closer distance and potential enemy reaction.
So the combat lifesaver is doing their best to attend to the casualty, but it very well may be that further assistance is required and that the unit commander will have to request an air evacuation, and this is where the Yankee comes in.
Exactly, it has a capability with its like cargo space on board, where it's capable to carry some litters or some casualties on board up to like 10 personnel, because at least 2 on board must be pilots, of course. So now we can see approaching the Yankee on the horizon, and it's called for evacuation. It could be Kesevac, pretty much casualty evacuation, or it could be medevac. The difference is the equipment on board.
Okay.
And the service is provided by the crew and the helicopter.
What about combat search and rescue in the Czech Air Force at the moment?
We are still working on it. We do only search and rescue because we are not in the any conflict right now. So we're training the peace part of it, just the search and rescue, but not with the H-1 system so far. It's done by Mi-171-ish. Now you can see the Yankee is coming very low to the landing spot, which is depicted, or you can see the smoke which leads the aircraft, and there is a Zulu establishing overhead pretty high out of the range of the small arms fire and monitoring the battlefield.
And as the UH-1Y makes its approach, still the other members of the infantry unit are securing the perimeter of the battlefield, just in case there are any other threats out there.
So Yankee is on the ground, and crew chief is giving signals to the group that they are ready to load the injured one, and also the door gunners are monitoring its perimeter, which is pretty much left or right of the helicopter.
Of the further smoke flares there, is that to ascertain the wind direction for takeoff or for another purpose?
These are just for like hide the position of retrieving troops back to their vehicles, because the information of the wind was provided by the first smoke, which marked the landing zone.
There's a good deal of commonality between the two helicopters, isn't there?
Yeah, it is.
Including the engines are the same in both.
As I already mentioned, 85% of the airframe and avionics engines are the same. Pretty much the biggest difference is just the cockpit.
Yeah.
Because Zulu is as well as the Yankee double-seated, but you can find a tandem.
Yes.
So the pilot sits behind each other, and the Yankee, it's pretty much next to each other, as we are used to in most models.
Both of these, of course, further developments of very long-running helicopter lines. The UH-1Y can trace its heritage all the way through the UH-1 Iroquois, the famous Huey of Vietnam War fame, through the UH-1N twin Huey, which was developed for the Canadians and saw a lot of service with the US Marine Corps. The AH-1Z, meantime, continues the line of the AH-1 Huey Cobra, or Cobra, that served extensively during the Cold War. This too, a twin-engined version, really a derivation of the later AH-1W Super Cobra, and the Czech Republic the only country to have these helicopters outside the United States at the moment.
That's correct. That's correct. So far we have 12 helicopters in our base, but there is a contract to have 8 more, so we would like to finish at numbers 10 plus 10 for further deployment.
So coming to the end of this really impressive sequence now, with the 2 helicopters joining in the hover, and the ground elements will also make their approach. Almost brownout conditions out there today.
Exactly. That's the reason why we also train these procedures.
Yes.
So with a limited visibility, we are able to land. That's a part of the training.
A really impressive debut there for the 221st Helicopter Squadron's new Bell AH-1Z and UH-1Y, and I think a good moment to run through the crews who were flying them for us today.
Of course. So the show was provided by the AH pilots, Lieutenant Colonel Kitsa and his co-pilot Captain Elect. And for UH guys, it was piloted by Major Zeman, and his co-pilot was Major Spacek. Crew chief was Warrant Officer Kibus and First Lieutenant Kaisler.
Absolutely terrific stuff there. Great to see both these helicopters both in the static park and for the first time in the flying display. Are they recovering to their parking spots over there?
I believe so.
Yes. Well, Miroslav, thanks so much for joining me on both days. It has been fascinating talking to you, gaining these insights into these brand new helicopters. I hope we get to do it again sometime.
It was my pleasure, and hope to see you again.
Dneska můžeme se podívat na dráhu, jak se připravují menší a pomaličku na dráhu 2 Litovského letiště, kde je připravených letounů, které zakončí zaborací na Litovském letiště. Máme velkou radost, že právě
Yeah, really good to get those insights into these early phases of the Czech Air Force's use of the Venom and the Viper. Worth mentioning actually, NATO Days 2024 had to be cancelled due to severe floods in this part of the Czech Republic, and it provided an opportunity for the new UH-1Y to demonstrate another of its capabilities. They helped transport supplies like bottled water to some of the affected areas of the flood regions, and that too helped the crews work up towards their operational capability. So a very multi-role force indeed provided by those new Bell H-1s. But as you can see now, taking the runway is a very familiar aerobatic team to many of you watching, I'm sure. The Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows, and of course the man who's going to take you through their display is Red 10, coming up to the end of his final season in that role as the Red Arrows ground supervisor and commentator. It is Squadron Leader Graham Muscat.
Of Red Arrows, Mr. Graham Muscat.
Good afternoon, NATO Air Days. I am Squadron Leader Graham Muscat, Red 10, with the United Kingdom Royal Air Force aerobatic team. It is the Red Arrows. It's an absolute honour and a pleasure to be here at NATO Air Days. We haven't displayed here for 13 years, so as I said, it's an honour and a pleasure. You now see the team lining up on the runway. We have Reds 1, 2 and 3 at the front, followed by Reds 4 and 5, and at the rear section is 6, 7, 8 and 9. I'll hand over to Red 1 for the takeoff. Get your cameras ready for our red, white and blue.
Lights on, go power.
Off. 2 seconds later, Reds 4 and 5. 2 seconds later, 6, 7, 8 and 9. They roll down the runway. Their nose wheel comes off at around about 130 kilometers an hour, and then the aircraft will leave the runway approximately 170 kilometers an hour. Reds 4 and 5 immediately move up to join Reds 1, 2 and 3. Red 7 slips in behind Red 6, and Red 6 will guide the rest of the formation to join the front section to form our Diamond 9 to do our pre-show checks. As I said, I am Red 10, the team supervisor. I'll give you some more information throughout the show. It is my honour to talk you through our 2025 display. I'll give you some more information about the Red Arrows pilots, about the whole team, the Royal Air Force, but more importantly, I'll put your eyes into the correct piece of sky so you do not miss a single second of our 2025 display. The team now start to turn back towards us. They'll do their pre-show checks. They will trim the aircraft, check the aircraft. They will prime their smoke pods to make sure our red, white and blue is ready for their arrival. The Red Arrows display season runs from the first weekend in June all the way through to the first weekend in October. We do approximately 65 displays throughout the year, all across the UK and Europe. We have about 5 displays remaining, including this one today. We've been all across the UK and Europe. Last weekend we were in Belgium. This weekend we are here at NATO Air Days, and then we are leaving here on Tuesday to go direct to Malta for the Malta International Air Show. And then we have one final show in the UK on the 4th of October, and that will be the end of our 2025 display. We will take 2 weeks holiday, and then we start training immediately for 2026. One of the roles of the Red Arrows is to represent the Royal Air Force and its whole force personnel, and of course, like all European military, we are as busy today as we have always been, whether that be on operations in the UK, defending UK airspace, or working alongside our NATO and allied partners, protecting European airspace, whether that be on the ground or in the air, and protecting our NATO assets. The Red Arrows also support UK growth and prosperity, being renowned for our excellence, and our motto is ECLAT, which means excellence. The Red Arrows showcases the very best and reinforces the reputation of the United Kingdom and its industry and skills. The team are also STEM ambassadors, that's science, technology, engineering and maths, and we often pay visits to schools, universities and colleges and encourage the next generation to take up a role, whether that be in the military or the civilian sector, in one of those STEM subjects. And of course, the Red Arrows is proud to take the red, white and blue, the Union flag, all across the world. We have displayed in over 57 countries in our 61 years of existence. We wear the Union flag on our flying suits, we have it on our tail, and of course we put the red, white and blue outside the back of our aircraft during our display. When the team arrive, they will arrive in a large V formation. This is called Big Battle. All the even numbers on the right hand side, 2, 4, 6, 8, and all the odd numbers on the left hand side, 3, 5, 7, 9. They arrive at over 600 kilometers an hour, and of course we will be trailing our famous red, white and blue. So when they arrive, let's give a huge NATO Days, huge Czech welcome to the team with a huge round of applause and a huge cheer. And I will transmit that very warm welcome to the team to put on a fantastic display here at NATO Days 25. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please put your hands together for the 2025 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrows! Arriving at over 600 kilometers an hour in that large V formation, and you can see straight away the team collapse to form our world famous Diamond 9. Reaching a height of over 2,000 meters, slowing to only 170 kilometers an hour, Red One brings them back down and twists them around to the right. Leading the team for his second year as team leader is Red One, that's squadron leader John Bond. John is a former Typhoon pilot, having served on operations over Iraq and Syria. He was also an instructor on the Tucano and the demo pilot for the instructor for the Tucano in 2012. The team have now moved into 9 Arrow. From the right, the smoke goes on. On the right-hand side of Red 1 is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas, first year on the team. He's a former instructor on the Hawk. He's a former Typhoon pilot, having served on operations over Iraq and Syria, as well as being an instructor on the Typhoon. You'll now see that centre section move forward. It's actually the wings of the formation moving backwards. For the largest and widest shape that we fly in 2025, from the left, the smoke comes on in the Swan. Once again, Red 1 pulls them up at over 600 kilometers an hour. The pilot's working extremely hard, maintaining that formation. However, we now change formation from Swan to Shuttle. The aircraft slowing to only 170 kilometers an hour at the top. Pilots working extremely hard, maintaining that formation. The aircraft now accelerate to 200, 300, 500, back to 600 kilometers an hour before Red 1 brings them round to his left. Red 1 gives the command, and the formation once again change shape to form the shape of one of the most famous aircraft in aviation history. As he continues from the left, the smoke comes on in the Concorde. On the left of that centre stem is Red 3, Flight Lieutenant Andrew McEwen. Andrew is in his first year on the team. He flew the Harrier with the United States Marine Corps before then coming back to the UK and joining the F-35B, and he is our first pilot to fly the F-35B on operational service. The team once again changed shape. You saw the aircraft fly earlier from the German Air Force, and to represent the Royal Air Force Typhoon display team, in from the right, this is the Typhoon. At the back of that formation on the right hand side is Red 4, Squadron Leader Chris McCann. He is working very hard because we take all our references from Red 1 and not the aircraft who is on the immediate inside. Chris McCann is in his second year on the team. He flew the Tornado GR4 with the world famous 617 Dam Busters Squadron. And he also received an Air Force Cross for his service on operations over Afghanistan. The team once again changed shape. The Royal Air Force in the 21st century now has a space and cyber capability. To represent that capability, forming the shape of the spacecraft, This is Apollo. There are 11 Red Arrows pilots, Reds 1 to 9 displaying, myself, Red 10, former Tornado GR4 pilot, former qualified instructor on the Hawk, and we are commanded by Red 11, Wing Commander Adam Collins, former Red 10, former Tornado pilot and aggressor pilot on the Hawk. The team now start to move. Reds 8 and 9 move left and right, 6 and 7 split at the rear. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is a fantastic photo opportunity. Red 1 continues to bring them around to left. Get your cameras ready for the colourful Big Vixen. In that manoeuvre, the aircraft fly with their speed brakes out. That is a small door underneath the aeroplane. This means the pilots fly with higher throttle setting. It makes the smoke colours burn a lot more brightly. It also disturbs the airflow outside the back of the aeroplane, and it makes that smoke billow a lot more fuller. And therefore, in certain manoeuvres throughout the display, we use this technique to enhance those manoeuvres. Red 1 brings them around to our right. They change formation. 6 and 7 sit behind 1. 8 and 9 in trail for one of the most popular, if not the most popular manoeuvre, the Red Arrows fly. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, from the right, get your cameras ready. It's tornado time! 8 and 9 roll go as Reds 8 and 9 roll around the formation, but watch for that colour change as Red 1 brings them down the line. Reds 8 and 9 rejoin the formation to form our Diamond 9. As we come to the end of the first half of the show, so far you have seen large formation involving all 9 aircraft. When we go into the second half, it is the more fast, dynamic part of the show, with the high-speed passes from the synchro pair. But coming in from the left, your final opportunity to take that picture of the Red Arrows in their Diamond 9. The smoke comes on in the left-hand side. It is the 2025 Red Arrows. As we go into the second half, we start with the 5-4 split. And in the second half, we now operate in 2 different groups. To the left, Reds 1 to 5, known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5 from the children books. Off to the right, 6, 7, 8 and 9, known as Hannah, named after Squadron Leader Ray Hanna, a famous Royal Air Force pilot, and Red Arrow, who took the team from a 7 to a 9 and formed our world-famous Diamond 9. Enid from the left, Hannah from the right, for the 5-4 cross. your eye on Enid to the right-hand side. Red 5 starts to move in behind Red 1. Red 4 sits in trail.
Smoke off, go. Smoke on, go.
Number 4 roll goes. Number 4 rolls around the smoke in the twister. Number 5 behind Red 1 is Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales, known as Dusty. He's a former Typhoon pilot, a former instructor on the Typhoon, and a test pilot also on the Typhoon. Look directly to your front. You're looking for the smoke trails of 6, 7, 8 and 9. 8 and 9, red and blue, rolls around the synchro pair. Cameras ready. It's the Hannah break. Red 6 and 8 to our left. Red 7 and 9 to our right. Hannah and the synchro pair are led by the synchro leader. It is squadron leader Tom Hansford to our left-hand side. Tom is in his 3rd and final year on the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified weapons instructor on the Typhoon, having served on operations over Iraq and Syria. And he received a Distinguished Flying Cross for his service on operations over Iraq and Syria. Each pair will now dive down to only 50 meters above the airfield. They have a closing speed of 1,200 kilometers an hour. This is the Hannah Pass. Reds 8 and 9 go up and down. Red 6 and 7 stay flat. Pull, go is the call. As Red 6 to our right, Red 7 to our left pull up. They reach a height of over 2,000 meters, inverted on the way down in a maneuver called the boomerang. To our left is Flight Lieutenant George Hobday, 2nd year on the team, an instructor on the Tucano, and a former Typhoon pilot with 11 Squadron. Each aircraft only passing within 30 meters of each other, turning the boomerang into Cyclone. Coming in from the right-hand side, you have Enid, Reds 1 to 5. They form the inverted V. In from the left, at over 700 kilometers an hour, is Red 9. He lines up with Enid to perform the Goose. Red 9 climbing high is Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling, a former Tornado pilot, former instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. Synchro pulling up directly to our front. Look for 6 and 7. Get your cameras ready for another fantastic photo opportunity. The smoke comes on for the world famous Synchro Heart. Coming in from the top right is Red 8 as he spears the Heart. And the Red Arrows would like to dedicate today's Heart to the unique special relationship between the United Kingdom, the Czech Republic and all our NATO allies. But the show's not over. Keep your eye on the synchro pair. Once again, only 50 meters above the airfield. That closing speed, 1,200 kilometers an hour. Each aircraft will perform 2 barrel rolls in the double rolls. Look to your far left in the distance over the grey hangar. You have Enid joined by Reds 8 and 9. Once again, pulling up at over 600 kilometers an hour, they will twist around to the right. Again, another fantastic photo opportunity. This is the vertical break. Keep looking to your left, keep looking to your right. Red 7 from the left, Red 6 from the right. They each perform a barrel roll in a maneuver called the circus. They now turn hard away from each other, pulling up to 6G, which means everything about them now weighs 6 times heavier than you and I on the airfield. The red goes to blue, the blue goes to red. Red 7 to our left, looking out for Red 6, completing the maneuver called the circus. In from the front right, 45 degrees. Enid ease up the white smoke in trail. Our red, white and blue come on. Red 1 flies a barrel roll in the sky, leaving a snake-like smoke trail in the sky in a maneuver called the serpent. Our famous red, white and blue is only capable due to the smoke pod under the belly of the aeroplane. That smoke pod can produce 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke and 1 minute of blue smoke. And each colour has its own button on the pilot's control column. Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 now move up alongside Red 1. They are looking 90 degrees along their shoulder line. The smoke will come on in the tango. Keep looking left, keep looking right. You're looking for Red 6 and 9 to the left, Red 7 and 8 to the right. For the first of our new manoeuvres for 2025, Red 6 and 9 roll inverted. They line up with 7 and 8 for the chainsaw. Red 6 and 9 inverted for 30 seconds, all the blood rushing to their head. They now roll the correct way up. They pull negative G to positive G, and all the blood rushing from their head to their feet. Keeping an eye on Reds 7 and 8, completing the maneuver called the Circus. But coming in from the left-hand side, you have Enid once again, Reds 1 through 5. 2 and 3, roll, go as they roll to the outside. Clear, go as Reds 4 and 5 roll to the outside in the rollbacks. As Enid disappeared to our right, look directly to your front. Once again, you're looking for Reds 6, 7, 8 and 9. The smoke comes on. 8 and 9, red and blue, around the smoke of Synchro for the second of our new manoeuvres for 2025. Hiding in the smoke of Red 6 is Red 7 in the Tempest. Red 6 and Red 7 will now pull up again to approximately 1,000 metres. They'll turn back towards the display line, 50 metres above the airfield, 1,200 kilometres an hour closing speed, a barrel roll, followed by inverted flight in a manoeuvre called the crossbow. Once again, look directly to your front. You're looking for Reds 1 through 5, joined by Reds 8 and 9. And another fantastic photo opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready.
Let's try Adam White. Up, calling. Up.
For the palm split.
Okay. One right, up. Right.
Ostrava, NATO Days, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's been an honour and a pleasure. Please, a huge round of applause for the 2025 Royal Air Force Aerobatic team. It's the Red Arrows! Red 1 puts his smoke on, he'll gather the rest of the formation, they'll get themselves up, lined up, ready for their final approach to the airfield to land, which is a manoeuvre called the Spritz. If you'd like any more information or find anything else out about the Red Arrows, of course, we all crawl across social media. We have our own pages on Facebook and Instagram. We are called @RAF Red Arrows. If you'd like to follow any of the pilots, they are all on Instagram. If you find me, RAF Red 10, you'll follow me, you'll be able to find all the rest of the pilots. If you have any images and videos, hashtag Red Arrows, we'll pick them up and share them all across social media. And as I said, it's been an honour and a pleasure to represent the Royal Air Force, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to display here alongside our NATO ally partners in NATO Days 25. I'll stay on the microphone for approximately a couple of minutes more just for our final break to land. And just for information, the pilots will land, and approximately 45 minutes later, we will all be at the public relations tent over to your left-hand side. You'll be able to come and meet all the pilots, get their signatures, get some photographs, and talk to them about their roles in the Red Arrows. And of course, we have a number of our support personnel called the Blues, who are also at our public relations tent. They are engineers, administrators, public relations, and you can also talk to them to find out what their roles are in the wider Royal Air Force and while being on the Red Arrows. So as I said, approximately 45 minutes, the pilots will be over there to come and meet you, sign autographs, sign pictures, and take pictures alongside. So please come over and say hello to all of the pilots. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you've been watching the 2025 Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows! On behalf of the Royal Air Force and the Red Arrows, thank you very much, have a wonderful day, thank you very much, goodbye!
Red Arrows! Commentator Graham Muscat, thank you very much.
Squadron Leader Graham Muscat, Red 10, talking us through a lovely display in perfect skies by the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows, and you'll be able to watch their last performance of this 2025 season at the IWM Duxford Flying Finale on the 4th of October, Saturday the 4th of October on Plains TV. Check out their various social media feeds and their YouTube channel for details of how to do so. We're going to be bringing the Red Arrows into land. Quite rare nowadays to see the Red Arrows operating from the airfield or the venue at which they're displaying, because in the UK it happens very seldom these days, but not so here at NATO Days. And that providing an extra aspect to the excellent show they've put on here this afternoon. Right, so what have we got coming up? Next up, it's ground activity with the Customs Service of the Czech Republic, then 3 flying displays in a row, the Italian C-27J, the German NH-90 and the Italian T-346. Then back to the ground displays with the Czech Republic Prison Service, followed by a real highlight of the show. Excuse me, a real highlight of the show, the Italian Navy AV-8B Harrier II plus an extremely rare public performance. That's followed by the Tatra Defence Pandur 8x8 Evo going through its paces in front of us. The Italian Air Force Eurofighter F-16C Typhoon. Then we were to have seen the Italian Air Force Special Forces parachute drop. Unfortunately, as with both the other planned parachute drops today, the wind is too strong for that, so that has been cancelled. So then we're into a couple of awards for the best air and ground displays, followed by the finale, the Czech Air Force JAS-39C Gripen, taking us through until just before 4:30 local time here in the Czech Republic. So it's over to Dalibor Cibulka to take you through the next ground showpiece.
Thank you very much, Ben. After Red Arrows, it's really difficult to compete Yeah, that was absolute marvel. It was excellent. They are unbeatable. Still, a very interesting demonstration comes. It's called Mobile Surveillance Activity in Apprehending Fleeing Offenders, and it's presented by the Customs Service of the Czech Republic. So a couple of words about the Customs Authority. It's the smallest in terms of the number of people it employs, but it's a very effective corps, which last year contributed almost 178 billion Czech crowns to the state budget. Their main task is to protect society, the environment, and the financial interests of the state. It concerns collecting customs duties and value-added tax on imported goods, consumption and energy taxes. They prevent illegal, harmful and dangerous goods from entering the internal market, and therefore also to you, the citizens, who are in the role of customers. In July, the Customs Authority was transformed, and since then they have established 6 new customs offices instead of the original 15, where they carry out their main competencies, which include customs and tax management, collection and enforcement of certain fees, and supervision of gambling. The effective performance of these activities is ensured in the field by the supervision departments, which carry out control activities, and the investigation section, which detects the commission of criminal activity in the entrusted areas. You will see dynamic demonstrations of both of these components of the Customs Authority or administration during today. Now we come to their first demonstration, in which they will familiarize you with the cooperation of the Czech Customs administration departments with a canine expert of the financial administration of the Slovak Republic in the intervention against aggressive offenders transporting a large sum of money intended for financing organized crime. In the first part, vehicles will arrive to create a checkpoint where a thorough inspection of vehicles and transported goods will be carried out. The checkpoint consists of a technological vehicle, a Mercedes Sprinter, which is equipped for thorough inspections and forms a communication point between the inspection vehicles and the Customs Operations Center. Another vehicle is a canine vehicle, in which there is a canine handler with a dog intended for searching for cash and weapons. A Volkswagen Transporter T6 vehicle is also involved in the inspection activity, which is primarily intended for checking tolls and highway vignettes on toll roads. Customs officers identify the toll vehicle based on information from the electronic vignette system, and at the same time they obtain information that it has unpaid fines from previous years. It's moving along toll roads without a valid electronic vignette. The customs officers therefore decide to stop the vehicle dynamically and escort it to the checkpoint. The vehicle does not respond to the calls and starts to drive away. Via radio communication, the toll patrol requests cooperation in pursuing the vehicle with other service vehicles. So based on the information received, two mobile surveillance patrols, Karok and Kodiak, they are both types of Škoda vehicles, take over the pursuit. So after completing 3 circuits, the pursuit vehicle loses control of its vehicle while driving around a bend and crashes into a barrier outside the road. There are barrels. The driver of the vehicle is injured and remains wedged in the vehicle. The remaining 2 people are getting out of the vehicle. The perpetrator is communicating aggressively with the patrol from the back seats and is threatening her with a knife. The controlling patrol are using a taser against the perpetrator. Subsequently, the passenger also begins to behave aggressively and is running away from the scene of the accident. He's throwing suspicious objects along the way. To eliminate this offender, a service dog of the defense category is used after a legal call, and he's subsequently detained by a patrol member. After the service interventions have been carried out and the safety of all persons, including the intervening customs officers, is provided by another control patrol with first aid to the injured driver, and the medical rescue service is called. The medical vehicle is arriving at the control area, accompanied by the toll patrol. They immediately administer first aid to the injured. So after providing emergency care to the injured offender, the medical vehicle is loading the injured person into the ambulance, and accompanied by the tow vehicle, it will leave for the medical facility. They have a special hospital gurney. They are loading the patient into the ambulance car, and they will transport him to the hospital. So after all the offenders have been detained, the crashed vehicle is also checked using a service dog for sniffing, and in the rear part of the passenger's vehicle, the transport of a large amount of cash is revealed. Subsequently, the area through which one of the offenders fled is checked. Here too, customs officers with a service dog are identifying a suspicious object in which an illegally held short weapon is hidden. So the service dog immediately responding to the suspicious object. You can notice the Belgian Malinois sniffing all the suspicious objects. And the spectators can see that in the identified thrown away object, the dog found an illegal weapon. So, well, dear viewers, the demonstration of the custom administration of the Czech Republic and the financial administration of the Slovak Republic has just finished. So, ladies and gentlemen, from the commentary stand, I wish you to enjoy next demonstrations with Ben, my colleague.
Thank you very much to Dalibor, and we're getting ready for a really exciting display next from our partner nation, the Italian Air Force. The first of three items in today's show from their flight test centre, the Reparto Sperimentale Volo. Always very spectacular, and here's a regular voice from the Royal International Air Tattoo, where he commentates on these items as well. Mike Palumbo to tell you about the first of them.
Viděli jsme činnost mobilního dohledu při zajištění ujíždějících pachatelů. Vozidla se s námi loučí a před námi další hodně zajímavé ukázky ve vzduchu. Čeká nás celkem ještě 9 vystoupení a z těch 9 vystoupení skoro polovina bude patřit partnerskému státu Itálii. Z italské strany se dneska můžeme těšit ještě na letoun Harrier, v rámci kterého se představí italské námořnictvo, taky italský Eurofighter Typhoon, dále pak stroj M346 Master, ale teď ze všeho nejdřív to bude stroj C-27 Spartan a o komentář poprosím komentátora italských vzdušných sil, ladies and gentlemen, commentator Italian Air Force, Michael Palumbo, call Mike.
Thank you very much, Honza. Don't run off, stay with me. So, dobre odpoledne Ostravo, zdraví vás italské letectvo. How did it go?
I think it's great!
I'm afraid this is the best I can do. So, good afternoon, Ostrava. Yesterday you heard it, you felt it, you lived it. The thunder of engines, the pride of nations, and the strength of our alliance. But today we take it to the next level. Italy is here as the special partner nation. Well, on behalf of the Italian Air Force and the flight test wing, Reparto Sperimentale di Volo, it is a true honor to stand here before you, to thank the Czech authorities and the Czech people for this incredible welcome you all reserved. Well, I got a feeling we're going to have even more fun from now on, from next generation advanced trainer to fast jets carving the sky to transport aircraft showing unexpected skills. This is pretty much the case. Welcome on board the C-27J Spartan. C-27J Spartan is one of the key players in the testing and evaluation activities of the Italian Air Force's Flight Test Wing. This highly versatile tactical transport aircraft undergoes intensive trials, from the integration of new avionics and software to operational checks carried out in real-world conditions, from flight tests to technical and operational certifications and support to the front-line units. The Spartan is constantly refined and upgraded, ensuring it remains effective, reliable and ready for the most demanding missions. Let's get cracking with the Central to Know. It's all a matter of ailerons, a dance of affection with the audience suspended between the laws of physics and the pool of the heart. The maneuvers unfold with elegance, sinuous, almost sensual, undeniable, spectacular. Well, maneuvers are an unspoken exchange, and at the heart of every move lies a dialogue between pilot and crew. A key figure in that dialogue is the co-pilot or power manager, who balances the engine thrust with fine precision. In diving phases, they reduce power to avoid overspeed, but still deliver enough energy to maintain the rhythm of the flight. Big wing over. Pitches up to 60 degrees, then pushes the stick fully to one side, reaching a completely inverted position at the top of the arc before descending with a 50 degree down and leveling out to the right of the display line. A truly resourceful aircraft, despite its compact size and its cargo bay can handle loads of up to 5 tons, the weight of 2 rhinos and a giraffe. It can carry up to 40 passengers, drop loads of the same weight, or switch in no time to a medical evacuation set. Been on the front line of global crisis from Ebola to COVID-19. The Spartan is now diving into a steep approach, 30 degrees of descent, crossed controls, drag maxed out. This isn't just a party trick, it's how you land fast, exactly where you need to, even under fire. A combat tactic disguised as an aerobatic maneuver. The Royal Australian Air Force have flown the Spartan for over a decade, from the searing heat of the outback to the tropical rainforest of Papua New Guinea. Operated by the 35th Squadron, is known affectionately as Wallaby Airlines. It fills the gap between chopper helicopters and heavy lifters like the Hercules and Globe Master. Short runways, rough strips, remote islands. The aircraft gets in and out fast, delivering real-world effects when every second counts. Ready to tackle the most demanding missions, the Spartan first passes through the expert hands of the flight test wing, reparto sperimentale di volo. Before every deployment, every system is tested on the ground and gradually in the air according to a build-up approach. Software updates are continuously checked and performance is assessed in real conditions. In Pratica di Mare, Rome, in our experimental facilities, the Spartan has faced its toughest trials, refining tactical capabilities, avionics, integration with weapon systems. Climb, turn, a descent. This is a clover leaf. Space, speed, timing. One move sets the table for the next. And just like that, science turned into a show. Half Cubanate to our left. Big yet nimble, surprisingly agile, the Spartans dives into the maneuver with a precision that defies everything you would expect from a transport aircraft. There's nothing else quite like it. And now the engines roar. As the power manager slams the throttle forward, the flight engineer sets flaps, position 1, a gripping moment of dramatic irony to carve the majestic arc of a central loop. Wasn't she a bulky, hefty, chubby Spartan girl, was she? .270-degree roll to the right to turn surprisingly left. The dairy turn. Up down nearly 4,000 feet a minute. The Spartan makes his own runaway, sends no broken ground. He doesn't care. This isn't just flying, it's problem solving with wings. At the helm of the Spartan, never one for coloring inside the lines, Francesco Buscemi. By his side, the ever calm Michele Minato, co-pilot, power manager, the angel with the scales. And deep in the cockpit, the flight test engineer, Giuseppe Civica, the sharpest eyes of the crew. This is the dream crew. This is the Spartan from the Italian Air Force, Reparto Sperimentale di Volo.
Dámy a pánové, vypadá to, že ukázka stroje Spartan nám končí. C-27 je Spartan italských vzdušných sil. Za chviličku se Michel Palombo vrátí k mikrofonu, protože nám okomentuje další ukázky německých vzdušných sil, teda italských samozřejmě. Těšit se můžeme ještě třeba na stroj M346 Master, anebo Eurofighter Typhoon.
The C-27J Spartan then coming in for a tactical landing. Two more items from the Reparto Sperimentale di Volo still to come on today's schedule. The next of them in 2 items time, the T-346A Master. But the next act is airborne from the far side of the airfield as the Spartan rolls out, and it's our final item of the day from the German armed forces, this time back to the Heeresflieger, the Army aviation branch, with the NH Industries NH-90 TTH, standing for Tactical Transport Helicopter. As you saw on the screen there, it comes from Transport Hubschrauber Regiment, or Transport Helicopter Regiment 10, stationed at Fassberg.
Captain Hannes and our crew chief John, who are flying and looking for the flying display of high-speed MH-90 Eurocopter.
Hezké odpoledne, jsem Tomáš, vysilatel první spolupravateli a je mi potěšení před Romanovi pomoci v uvedení
This tactical transport version one of two main variants of the NH-90, the other being the NATO frigate helicopter, or NFH, and naval versions are starting now to enter service in Germany, because the German naval air arm, the Marineflieger, has bought the Sea Lion naval transport helicopter, which is replacing the existing Sea King, and the Sea Tiger multi-role frigate helicopter as a successor to the Sea Lynx. Very capable twin-engined machine this. Up to 20 fully equipped troops can be accommodated in the cabin, and of course other loads can be carried internally and externally. And it can also carry out search and rescue missions. And in a similar way, the naval version, very multi-role in maritime terms, performing anti-submarine warfare, anti-surface warfare, search and rescue, surveillance, transport, casualty evacuation, special operations, the whole gamut of naval helicopter tasks, really. The German Army has got 82 of these. It replaced the Bell UH-1D Iroquois, the German version of the Huey. Its main roles: troop transport and search and rescue. It can also, if it's suitably equipped, carry out maritime missions and convoy protection and self-protection. It's been widely used overseas. 4 of them were deployed to Afghanistan in 2013 and 14 for medical evacuation work on the front line. They've also been used out in Mali on stabilisation duties. There are also non-military functions that these helicopters perform. As with a lot of machines of this sort of type, when the civil authorities require particular support from the military, helicopters often go into action, and so it was in 2021 when the German states of North Rhine-Westphalia and Rhineland-Palatinate experienced serious floods. NH-90s helped out then, and they did so again in June 2023, joined by Super Puma helicopters of the German Federal Border Guard Service, the Bundesgrenzschutz, in combating a big forest fire, well, not a forest fire, but a big fire that broke out on a former military training area at Teltow-Flaming, south of Berlin. There are 2 operational units in the German Army on the NH-90. This one, as I say, from Transport Hubschrauber Regiment 10 at Fassberg. The other is Regiment 30 at Niederstetten. Training is carried out by the International Helicopter Training School at Bückeburg, near Hanover. Fassberg, the base where this helicopter comes from, is in the Lüneburger Heide, or Lüneburg Heath region of Germany, and the NH-90 display team from the unit has become known as the Heideflieger, the Heath Flyers, after the fact of it originating from that region. Transport versions of the NH-90 like this have recently entered service with the Spanish Navy in yet another configuration for the NH-90. Multi-role support transport is what that one's called. They've got folding rotor blades and a beefed up undercarriage. 7 of them ordered by the Spaniards, so all 3 of the Spanish air arms now use the NH-90. Pretty impressive display this, with lots of steep ascents and, as here, descents. Seen at quite a few major air shows around Europe this year and in recent seasons as well. There, a bit of a pièce de résistance of the Heideflieger demo. A big defensive flare firing. Roll demonstration type manoeuvres, very much the centerpiece of the German military's displays, and that's a very good example. Aircraft under the command today of Captain Tim Ackman, completing his sequence with the NH Industries NH-90 TTH of the German Army.
Manévry, které jsou vyhrazeny podstatně lehčím a obratnějším vrtulníkům než strojům, které můžou vážit až 11 tun.
And there, a bit of a final flourish from the Flieger crew. You can see being exhibited in the door of the NH90 as it flies past one last time, the Polish flag. That's in memory of the late Polish Air Force F-16 Tiger demo team pilot Slab, who tragically lost his life a few weeks ago and who is sadly missed on the display circuit.
Itálie dneska ještě ukázky. Za chvíličku to bude stroj M-346 Master. Posléze po ukázce do České republiky za prací nad letištěm unikátní Harrier, který tady vidíme po 15
So back to the Italians, the partner nation of NATO Days 2025, back to the Reparto Sperimentale di Volo, and back shortly to their commentator, Mike Palumbo.
Eurofighter Typhoon měl ještě seskočit speciální síly italské armády, italských vzdušných sil, ale bohužel ten seskok musel být zrušen, stejně tak jako radní britský seskok a společný odpolední seskok. Kvůli větru se tedy tato ukázka konat nebude, ale nás už za pár okamžiků čeká vystoupení stroje M-346 Master, který zamíří k nebi. Další dynamická letecká ukázka a na komentátorské stanoviště se vrací commentator Italian Air Force Michael Palumbo, called Mike.
With each leap in technology, a new era of flight unfolds before us, where control no longer rests solely in the pilot's hands, but are sent into the digital cloud. It is cybersecurity that now stands guard over the skies, steering the course of tomorrow's aviation, digital navigation, real-time data. This is the language of modern air power, the native language of the master. It's time for Major Dario Del Nero to show us exactly what the magnificent T-346 Master is capable of. So prepare to be surprised by the agility and performance of this remarkable jet. What truly sets the jet apart is the outstanding thrust from its pair of Honeywell F-124 engines, giving the kind of performance that sees it airborne in no time, using barely any runway at all. Knots, the aircraft swings through a series of rapid direction change at 360 at top speed. No wobbles, no waste, just a hard snappy turn locked in fly-by-wire control. Vertical climb plus descending spiral, demanding maneuver performed entirely in the vertical plane. Born as a trainer, refined through years of flight testing, sharpened by combat system integration, today it flies a solo display of precision and energy. But it is not just a performance, it's a passage, because this very aircraft will soon take its place at the heart of Italy's national aerobatic team, the Frecce Tricolori. And now get your cameras ready. Here comes the slow pass. Flap down, gear out, speed trimmed to a crawl. But aircraft stays rock steady. This is control at the edge of stall. Control to explosive force in a drop of a hat. Smooth central loop to 3,000 feet, stable, steady, full of energy. Big hug and a great salute to the friends of Sperimentale, amici della Sperimentale fan club. They have been watching the streaming on YouTube. Keep it up, we need your support. The sky is about to bloom, 2 clover leaves drawn in motion, each petal linked by angles and energy. The maneuver. Well, the Master is just one part of a much broader advanced training system based in Sardinia. Well, this is the International Flight Training School that shapes tomorrow's fighter pilots. Over 100 graduates so far, 33 in the last year from 12 different nations. In the meantime, back to the sky. The 346 set up for a wide, elegant maneuver called the Alpha Roll in 2. Pilot knows the aircraft inside out. This season, M346 demo pilot Dario Del Nero favors wide, sweeping maneuvers that fill the entire display line with angle of attack, yes, but above all, with his Master, he aims to seduce the crowd by tracing a long silver ribbon across the Ostrava sky. Slow, turn no. Every display is guided from below. The commander, Lieutenant Colonel Stefano Guardigli, the ground operator, the first Lieutenant Antonio Ruberti, and then the video operator, Lieutenant Raimondo Stirpe. 3 roles, 1 purpose, to make the show breathtaking yet safe. Upside down. Well, last but not least, I'm not going to forget that among the crowd, concealed, hidden, is our unstoppable photographer, workaholic, ever-present, Massimo Racciopoli, taking the best pictures ever of our air shows. Thank you very much, Massimo, for your remarkable job, as always. Now, great finale, up we go, straight up into the sky with an imperial climb. Salita imperiale. This is how Dario turns energy into maneuver with precision and power, core skills for the next generation of fighter pilots. Well, the 346 has followed an extraordinary revolutionary path born from the Yak-130 project. It has become the heart of the next generation pilot training across the globe. Well, and very soon, as I already told you, well, it will take its place the new aircraft of the Frecce Tricolore. Well, we cannot predict what awaits us, but looking at the Master, one thing is clear: our sense of wonder, our innate desire to conquer the skies will never fade away. Well, this is pretty much of it. Well, after the 346, we have a display by the prison service of the Czech Republic. So then we'll hand over to my dearest friend Nico, who will lead you through the Italian Harrier display. Well, Nico is a nice chap. He's from the Navy, by the way, not the Air Force. But I am sure you can forgive him a few shortcomings, can't you? Thank you very much. Honza, to you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Mike Palumbo there, talking us through the T-346A Master, and as he was saying, he'll be back shortly with the last of the Italian Air Force displays, the F-2000A Typhoon. We also have the Italian Navy to entertain us before that with the AV-8B Harrier II Plus.
Stroj Harrier, což bude jeden z vrcholů letošního ročníku. Bylo na to, my se ale teď vrátíme na zem, protože nás tady říká neméně zajímavá ukázka. Napadení dálkové eskortní kolony, staví se nám vězeňská služba České republiky, ukázkou na provode ředitel 20 Olomouc, plukovník Petr Erneker.
Dobrý den, dámy a pánové. Vězeňská služba České republiky je tradiční a dlouholetý partner.
Now we turn back to the ground displays, and the next of those that's about to go through its paces comes courtesy of the prison service of the Czech Republic. A long-standing partner of NATO Days here at Ostrava, and we're very pleased to present this demonstration again from them of a prison escort. So the prison convoy approaching the area, and what's being simulated is a long-distance escort convoy with the Iveco coaches that we can see there. All of these escort buses of the prison service and the accompanying VW transporters. These specially modified buses are used for the permanent relocation of prisoners or to carry them to court hearings. And they're in use pretty much every day in the Czech Republic. You can see they've got the characteristic identifying markings of a purple stripe, and the meaning of that comes from Christian symbolism, and it's chosen because it expresses the colour of repentance. And here to take up the story is, once again, Dalibor Cibulka.
středisko a požádá o náhled eskortským vozidel. Během státu máme možnost prohlédnout výstroj a výzbroj příslušníků. Příslušníci využívají modulární komplet se systémem MOL, který umožňuje
So dear viewers, on the dynamic demonstration area you saw 3 escort buses of the prison service and accompanying vehicles. They typically carry out escorts in specially modified buses for the purpose of permanent relocation of prisoners or to court hearings practically every day throughout the Czech Republic. The prison service uses 2 types of special escort buses. The first and last buses in motorcade are typically used for long distance escorts and have a capacity of 42 prisoners. So, in the area you can see a broke down middle bus of the prison service from the motorcade, and other 2 buses continued with securing the second vehicle and the escort. Of course, the officers have to take over the perimeter guarding of the broken bus, check the perimeter, and the escort commander informs the operations center about the situation and requests the arrival of replacement escort vehicles. The 2 Volkswagen Crafter escort vehicles arrived at the scene of the broken down bus of the escort, and there is an attempt to free the prisoner by his comrades, but the prison service will try to eliminate these offenders. So as part of escort activities, a total of 92,363 prisoners were escorted outside prison buildings last year, and this year it has reached almost 60,000 prisoners. Last year they also carried out 18 air escorts with 25 prisoners. For example, these were escorts from Japan, Sri Lanka, Belgium, Hungary or Romania. You can experience a fierce fight between the prison service, intervening units and offenders. The perpetrators will be eliminated by officers using service dogs, firearms and coercive measures. After suppressing the resistance of the perpetrators, the vehicles will be searched and weapons seized. Personal searches will be carried out and the perpetrators will be tied up. The perpetrators will then be loaded into escort vehicles, and on the instructions of the escort commander, the entire escort column, motorcade, will leave the scene of the attack. I will provide you with some statistical data. There are currently 34 prisons in the Czech Republic. Of this number, 9 are remand prisons, and we also have 3 detention centers. The total capacity of Czech prisons is 20,078 places, while maintaining 4 square meters per person. And there are currently 19,534 people in Czech prisons, which represents 96% of the total capacity utilization. Another 2,600 people have been ordered to serve their sentences. The prison service also places great emphasis on the employment of prisoners, and this year this employment rate is about 58%. So the perpetrators were searched, handcuffed, and put into the service vehicles, and they will be escorted. Currently, prison service has about 11,000 employees, 7,000 in service and 4,000 civilian employees. At the very end of the demonstration, the members are forming a joint escort motorcade, and as a farewell they will conduct a drive through the dynamic demonstration area. So today's demonstration was carried out by a total of 36 members of the prison service of the Czech Republic, including pyrotechnicians. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching us.
Thank you, Dalibor, and I really like the touch at the end with the purple-coloured smoke to provide the backdrop for the given the purple colour that's used by the prison service.
Exactly,
very nice
it corresponds.
Touch. Yes. Thank you very much indeed, Dalibor. But now, something absolutely fascinating is on the runway. We've got some footage there of it being prepared pre-flight, but it's now almost ready to display. An incredibly rare sight in a flying display nowadays. It comes from the Italian Navy, and it's the McDonnell Douglas AV-8B Harrier II Plus. And we're going to hear from an Italian Navy commentator for this display.
Ať se dostaví k vozidlu, takže přátelé, Artur Tkač, poprosíme, aby se dostavil k vozidlu. Děkujeme. A my už můžeme slyšet další letoun, protože nás čeká hodně zajímavá dynamická ukázka ve vzduchu. Už jsem to dneska několikrát říkal, že máme dneska velkou premiéru, uvidíme stroj Harrier italských sil, italského námořnictva. My jsme letoun Harrier mohli vidět tady na dnech NATO před 15 roky poprvé, kdy se s ním představila Velká Británie. Dneska po 15 letech v rámci partnerského státu Itálie opět Harrier, a protože Italové říkají Harrier, tak budeme taky říkat Harrier. No a o komentář poprosím speciálního komentátora, který už sedí na komentátorském stanovišti. Ladies and gentlemen, Italian Navy and Nicolo Parco called Nabot.
Ladies and gentlemen, aviation lover, good morning. I'm Lieutenant Nicolo Parco Colsign Nabot, AV-8B pilot. On behalf of the Italian Navy and its naval aviation, I welcome you to the iconic AV-8B Harrier demo. The unique capability of the Harrier here demonstrated is the short takeoff, using of stalled aircraft carriers which allow the jet to become airborne in as little as 80 meters with the aid of the ski jump. And here we go! Today, the pilot presenting the AV-8B Harrier is Commander Fabio Buganè, call sign Booger. He's been a Harrier pilot for over 25 years and has flown almost 3,000 hours on the AV-8B. Booger is one of the most experienced naval aviators in the global Harrier community, with more than 700 carrier landings. On the radio, keeping a watchful eye, is our skipper, Captain G.B. Molteni, a naval aviator and test pilot with over 6,000 flight hours across 40 different fighter and conventional aircraft, still actively flying Harriers and F-35s as he leads from the front. Our unit name is Group I, which literally means Embark Fighter Squadron. And now Booger is going up for the half Cubanate. Since 1991, Group I has been the backbone fighter unit of the Italian Fleet Air Arm, supporting the fleet with the Harrier from NAS Grottaglie, located in southern Italy, but also and especially from the Italian aircraft carriers. Aircraft carriers are Garibaldi, our first combat proven deck, which is now gloriously retired, and ETS Cavour, that represent today Italy's air power projection capability and has just recently been deployed to the Indo-Pacific theater. The Italian Air Wing is structured around short takeoff and vertical landing STOVL aircraft. The AV-8B platform, which have accumulated over 30 years of operational experience embarked on aircraft carriers, thanks to their distinct and pioneering technical capabilities, are now complemented by 5th generation F-35 Bravo aircraft, making the Italian Navy the only EU 5th generation Navy, and our squadron one of the very few units flying with 2 different pipelines in a very advanced level of integration. And there it is, Booger going back, high speed, ingress at corner speed. Booger will now pull up a 7G left turn while feeding some nozzle for an extra bite before an IR shot. Just for fun, not for real, of course. Followed then by a barrel roll to come back pointed at us. And near the nozzle coming. The maneuver you are witnessing with the amazement showcases the flexibility and versatility of this aircraft, capable of providing power projection from the sea in defense of the fleet, as well as offering direct support and acting as a force multiplier in amphibious operations. Here we go, let's get into a steep climb straight into the vertical just over our heads. No exhaust cone to admire, but the phenomenal 4 Harrier nozzles. Okay, Booger now sniffing the horizon is now inverted over the field. 6,000 feet, about 220 knots, and the wall is upside down again and now down to perform a mid-throttle split S as we get ready to show you the very unique capability of the Harrier, what we call thrust vectoring control. You'll see him climbing and then pushing over using only the engine nozzle that we quickly put him into a controlled descent at only 60 knots. Here we go, stopping into the air. next maneuver, called Flop Himmelmann, will give us another glance of the amazing capability of the thrust vectoring control of the Harrier by performing a sharp Himmelmann made very, very tight by the use of the nozzle right over the top. And here are the nozzles. We are now going straight into the most iconic part of the demo, the V-stall capabilities of the Harrier. Booger is now configuring the aircraft for a slow speed, low pass, which we call rolling vertical landing. And then from that it goes straight into the over, just as he will do during the approach to an aircraft carrier. 60 knots gliding to the landing spot, very precise, very in control. Much easier here since there is no rolling deck. Imagine at night, in the black hole over the sea, with a little yellow meatball light, which is the only thing you can see of a rolling aircraft carrier at night. Here you can hear the Pegasus engine coming nearby our position and showing this beautiful Harrier hovering. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go, the Harrier unique ability to acquire and widely maneuver from the over. A capability unmatched by any other aircraft in the world, not even the F-35 Bravo. It takes the plane, but it definitely takes experienced naval aviator like Booger. And he's going backward now. You'll see him performing a bowing maneuver in a few seconds, which demonstrates its exceptional aerodynamic control and agility, and a capability enabled by the unique design of the platform and the precise handling by the pilot. And here is the bow. Say hi to Booger. Climbing back again as a conventional aircraft right now. And now let's see if we can get Booger over the radio to say ciao.
Quando
In the meantime, Booger is coming over by to perform a final high-speed low pass. And here we go, Booger doing this final speed low pass, going into the break. We are the Italian Navy. Ladies and gentlemen, the Italian Naval Aviation, thank you for being here today and for your warm appreciation to this very salty demonstration. And now we have Booger over the radio to say hi.
Italian Navy, I'd like to thank you for being here today and for the opportunity to demonstrate the aerial display. For Navy, we are NATO.
Thank you everybody, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Still a showstopper after all these years. We see Harriers so seldom in flying displays in Europe nowadays, so the chance to witness this AV-8B Harrier II Plus from the Gruppo Aerei Imbarcati, the embarked air group of the Italian Navy stationed at Grottaglia, really has been something very special for NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days this year, part of the special Italian theme resulting from Italy being the partner nation of the show. And it's really interesting how the Italians are preparing to phase this aircraft out. They're looking at 2028, 2030 for doing so. Unlike the Spanish Navy, the only other remaining European operator of the Harrier, which has decided not to buy the F-35B Lightning II, Italy has gone down that road, so there is a pathway towards the Harrier's successor in Italian Navy service. And to that end, they're now operating as a joint unit, the AV-8Bs and the F-35Bs of the Italian Navy, deploying aboard the carrier Cavour, and also doing so are the F-35Bs of the Italian Air Force, because rather as the UK has the B model, the Stovel, the short takeoff vertical landing model, in service with both the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy, the Italian Air Force and Navy both do so as well. The first F-35Bs having been delivered to the 32nd Stormo at Amendola, and they've been practicing a good many joint operations, including a deployment earlier this summer to Landivisiau in Brittany, home of the French Navy's Rafale force. France and Italy both being so heavily committed to the concept of embarked carrier fast jet aviation. We have two Italian Navy Harriers here, that single-seater in the flying and a two-seat TAV-8B in the static park. So a tremendous contribution and a very rarely seen one. But now it's back to the ground, back to the increasingly dusty tank exercise area and Tatra Defence, that famous Czech company, with the Pandur 8x8 Evo. This is a wheeled infantry fighting vehicle, and it builds on the concept of the previous Pandur II, fully developed and manufactured here in the Czech Republic by Tatra Defence Vehicle. It's 8-wheeled, it's amphibious, and the intention with this is to carry infantry troops into battle, and once it's done so, carry on providing them with fire support. How does it differ from the Pandur II? Well, it's got greater protection for the crew, it's got a more powerful engine, a Cummins ISL 540 turbo diesel, as the AV-8B makes its final approach to land. And this Pandur 8x8 Evo also has a new multifunctional turret. Not yet purchased this by the Czech Army, but the Army is considering acquiring it to replace the Pandur IIs. Maximum speed of one of these about 105 kilometers per hour, so roughly 65 miles an hour. It's got a range in the region of 600 kilometers. And one interesting aspect of it is that it's a modular design, so this platform can be used not just as the basis of an infantry fighting vehicle as we see here, but you can also employ it with different equipment as a command and control vehicle, for reconnaissance, for engineering, for communications, and for medical use. And it also makes use very much in the modern fashion of AI. On board is a situational awareness system that collects data from the different sensors on the vehicle, displays it on the digital displays inside, and gives the crew early warning of threats, meaning the crew doesn't have to process that data from all sorts of sensors itself, thus saving time on the battlefield. Potent weaponry on board, a 30mm Mark 44S Bushmaster 2 cannon. It's got a mount for a 7.62mm machine gun. You can put a couple of Spike 2 long-range anti-tank missiles on it. They've got a range of up to 5 kilometers, and it employs a protection system called Iron Fist, which uses the radar sensors to detect any incoming missiles, anti-tank grenades, or even attack drones, and destroy them before they hit the vehicle. Hopefully it wouldn't come to that, because it's also got a signal jammer and a drone jammer on board. Tatra Defence Vehicle has developed this in collaboration with specialists from GD ELS Steyr. Weighs about 25 tons, heavier than its predecessors due to the amount of extra ballistic and mine protection it carries. And both the turret and the rest of the vehicle built here in the Czech Republic. One of these is air transportable in all the main transport aircraft used by NATO, the likes of the A400M that we saw earlier, the C-130 Hercules, and the Embraer C-390, one of which we'll be seeing departing at the end of the show.
poslední letošní dynamická ukázka na zemi, ale nám si ještě dvě
So that concludes the demonstration of the Tatra defence vehicle Pandur Evo 8x8. And that's the last of the ground demonstrations here at NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2025, though we do have a couple of presentations to come after we've had the next display aircraft. It comes again from the Italian Air Force, and Mike Palumbo has his last commentary of the day to perform.
Italian Air Force, Michael Palumbo for the mic.
When it's time to climb high and dominate the sky with authority and power, the call still goes out to our gladiator of the skies, the Eurofighter Typhoon. The test pilot Major Mattia Nocerelli is ready to unleash the technological masterpiece right above our heads, the undisputed heavyweight of European air defense. After a quick G-check, the Typhoon returns to the center of the display line, inverted, clear demonstration of the complete control provided by the digital flight system. Ready to change perspective with a negative G turn, sustaining -3G for several seconds. The aircraft's back exposed to the audience as the fuel and lubrication systems are pushed to the limits. Speed steady at 400 knots. At the end of maneuver, two flawless barrel rolls will close the maneuver with style. Showing just how far the jet can go behind the limits of normal flight. Next, a center loop is going to highlight the Typhoon's trademark canard delta design. Up we go. Will close the loop with style. Two maneuvers in a row, the first showed control, the latter the limits of physics. Demonstrating raw energy. Absolute limit. The Typhoon carved a perfect circle in the sky, then flowed into a barrel turn, combining roll and change of direction, ready for what comes next. And on its way, 3 full rotation along the longitudinal axis without sacrificing height or speed. pure, carefree handling. The pilot commands, the system responds, managing the limits with precision. Italy helps keep the skies safe by flying Eurofighter Typhoons to protect countries that have their own air defense. These jets have flown missions in places like Iceland, the Baltic states, Bulgaria, Romania and Poland. Just in Poland and Lithuania, along NATO's sensitive eastern border, the Italian Air Force's Eurofighters have flown about 2,500 hours over more than 1,200 missions, including 139 quick reaction scrambles. And now Major Mattia Nucciarelli is going to delight the audience by holding his steed at bay at the lowest possible speed. He's going to treat us to a slow fly pass above the active, overflowing airstrip of Ostrava 2025. For a tight loop, climbing all the way to 3,800 feet. The next passage, I invite you to take a look to the two large rectangular air intakes under the wings that adjust automatically with speed, constantly fine-tuning the aircraft and the airflow to the engines, whatever the conditions. Next, slow to no. Degrees into the iconic half-cubanate, elegant, immediate change of direction, topped off with a graceful roll. But watch closely on the way down. From 4,000 feet, the Typhoon dives into double spiral, chasing speed to launch straight into a brutal turn, right on the edge of what the human body can take. 9G turn is on its way. Stick hard back. Here we go. That for a moment seems to wrap the crowd itself in a high-speed embrace. But it's not finished yet. Run over the line at the edge of Mach 1. In full military power, just shy of the sound barrier. It's raw Typhoon power and elegance combined. Another half-cubanate. Then it's time for the grand finale. Signature signature of Mattia Nucciarelli, vertical climb, inverted turn at the top, and gear down under load. A maneuver only a pilot who truly knows the Typhoon would attempt. For everyone else, a touch of magic to round off the Eurofighter display. Four nations, decades of technology, one purpose, defend the airspace. Well, from up here, I see a wonderful view, a vast, enthusiastic crowd, families, children, visitors strolling among the static display, pausing to admire the show. It feels like a celebration, a moment of shared identity, a sense of belonging. Still, we know the wind behind is anything but calm, but today is a memorable day. Different countries, different walks of life, different beliefs, yet here we stand. Committed, united, stronger together. We know we are safe because we are NATO. Thank you for your attention. This was Mike Palumbo, the Mattia Nucciarelli's Typhoon. Thanks from Aeronautica Militare. Grazie, grazie, arrivederci.
Thanks as always to Mike Palumbo for talking us through the 3 Italian Air Force displays here at NATO Days today. The F-2000A Typhoon then rolling out. The Czech Police Bell 412 that we saw earlier on is departing back to base. Just one flying item remains, appropriately enough. It's the Czech Air Force's most potent performer, the JAS-39C Gripen. That'll be closing the show, after which we will be covering the departure of the Portuguese Air Force Embraer KC-390, which has been here in the static display. But before that, we have a couple of ceremonies to perform, and they'll be taking place right in front of us here. And Dalibor is back with me to help describe them.
So they are going to decorate the best dynamic and static demonstrations. So Turkish Stars will be awarded as the winners of the most dynamic display.
Yes, this is the Mayor's Cup, I believe this award is called, voted for by visitors to the show.
From the Mayor of Ostrava, they are just receiving the trophy, the cup, and an award. So in the past years, mostly Gripen airplanes that won, but this time, this year, it's Turkish Stars. And this is how you, viewers, decided and voted for this group. Thank you very much. And there will be one more award, the second time this year.
Yes, and this is for the best of the ground display.
On the ground display.
See.
So the dynamic display will come in a while.
And in fact, we've got a bit of a clue, I think, as to the winner, because some vehicles have drawn up, not to take the members of the Turkish Stars away, but because they're going to be involved in the next half of this presentation. And here they come.
So the chief of Jagello 2000 organization as an organizer is going along with another representative award the prison service of the Czech Republic as the winner of the most dynamic demonstration here during NATO Days 2025.
And this, I believe, is called the Yugi Ruprecht Memorial Award. Do the dogs get a prize as well, I wonder?
So this award comes to the whole group, including the canine friends. So this is the award is a memorial of Jiří Ruprecht. He is a deceased general of the prison service, and also it's very nice that it is the prison service that won this award this year. Okay, by waving they thank the crowd.
And time for them to drive off once again. So our two trophy presentations at NATO Days 2025 are complete. And we've just got that one flying display still to come in a few moments' time. And thanks again to Dalibor for being here for that. But now the most potent aeroplane in the fixed-wing element of the Czech Air Force, and an aircraft that's achieving something of a milestone in 2025. It's already on the runway. A new display pilot for this season, actually giving one of his first performances here at this event late in the season. And looking out towards the runway, I can see it on the move. Not starting its takeoff roll as yet, but looks as though it has now been given permission to complete its backtrack, and so it'll be underway pretty shortly. Before we finish off, a word for everyone watching on Plains TV, and particularly those who've engaged in the chat over the 3 days of our live broadcasts from Ostrava. And once again, Plains TV's thanks to Chris for acting as the moderator of the chat all weekend. Most grateful to her as ever.
Štafetu přebral od display pilota Ondřeje Španka a během ukázky se bude letoun pohybovat na samé hranici letové obálky. A to sice rychlostí 200 až 1000 km za hodinu, přetížení -4 až 9 a ve dát 30 až 2 km.
Ready to roll then, the final display act of this tremendous show. On the runway from the 211th Tactical Squadron of the Czech Air Force stationed at Čáslav is Captain Jan Ratz in his Saab JAS-39C Gripen. Milestone I mentioned is the 20th anniversary of this Swedish-built type entering Czech Air Force service. It was in April 2005 that the first Czech Gripens were delivered, all of them on lease from a company called Gripen International in Sweden. And just 3 months after the first Gripens arrived at their base at Čáslav, they took up the quick reaction alert duty from the predecessor type, the Mikoyan MiG-21. And what a contrast between that aging Soviet bloc jet and the new Gripen. Ever since that moment 20 years ago, the Czech Gripens have maintained a 24-hour-a-day commitment to NATO's air defences. Included involvement in NATO's Baltic and Icelandic air policing missions. They also, as I talked about earlier when we saw the Slovak F-16, cooperated in the air defence of Slovakia alongside the Polish Air Force while the delivery of the Slovak F-16s was awaited. Flares being popped out by the Gripen as it enters that climb. Of course, quick reaction alert took on a new importance with the start of the war in Ukraine, with Sweden seeing many approaches to its airspace by Russian aircraft, and at one stage the Swedish Gripens were carrying out numerous intercepts, and the same is true here in the Czech Republic. At one point, 3 alerts were being held at once by the relatively small Czech Gripen force, with its Baltic and Slovak commitments alongside that at home. In for a fast pass now. And Jan Ratz now is showing us a really good demonstration of the aircraft's turning capability. So he starts off from that fast pass into a high-speed turn, having washed off very little speed, but from that he slows the pace, and watch as he pulls the Gripen, really reefing it round into a minimum radius turn. The tightest turn he can manage. Also a very flexible one. Saab designed that in right from the start. And a bit of a more cost-effective option than some of its, as it were, rivals. A single-engined aircraft, unlike the twin-engined Rafale and Typhoon that we've already seen. In the case of this JAS-39C model, that means a single Volvo Aero RM12 turbofan. Less impressive for that, and the design has been further developed by Saab into the new Gripen E and F models, the E the single-seater, the F the two-seater. That's significantly more powerful, has a heavier weapons load and longer ranged. In service now with Sweden and with Brazil, also selected by Thailand and Colombia. This is a bit of a new departure really for a Saab combat jet. It's produced some outstanding aeroplanes, but they achieved only limited export success in the case of the J-29 Tunnan and the 35 Draken. Indeed, the Gripen's immediate predecessor, the 37 Viggen, was only ever operated by Sweden, in spite of being an outstanding aeroplane. An 8-point hesitation roll. By contrast, the Gripen, apart from the countries I've mentioned, also in service with Hungary and South Africa. Of this month is that the lease deal for the Czech Gripens with Sweden has been extended for another several years, and they'll now see another decade in service until 2035. But instead of the current 14 jets after 2027, it'll cover just 12, 10 of these single-seat C models and 2 of the two-seat D two-seaters. The overall deal of 25% saving for the Czechs. When they go out of service, they'll be replaced by 24 Lockheed Martin F-35A Lightning IIs, which are meant to be delivered between 2029 and 35. And so he's called display complete. He already has the undercarriage down. And the final display on the final day of NATO Days this year is shortly to come to a close, but not before we've seen the Gripen executor go around giving the crowd along the main runway, as opposed to nearest the display line, a bit of an extra chance to see this aircraft in action. And there it is, finishing the show, Captain Jan Ratz with the Czech Air Force JAS-39C Gripen. Not quite finishing our live stream though, because we're going to cover the departure of the Portuguese Air Force KC-390 that's been here for static display. There we have a Ryanair Boeing 737 due out first.
Nejen za Honzu, ale za celou armádu České republiky. Děkujeme za návštěvu Dňu NATO 2025 a zveme vás na další ročník v roce 2026. Doufáme, že se uvidíme na shledanou. Děkujeme vám, že jste přišli a ještě někdo poděkovali na závěr, nechci chybět. My tady na řídící stanovišti chceme poděkovat za všechny, kteří to vidí, dostížili na bezpečnostnou řídili. Dámy a pánové, velké poděkování řediteli letových zářek, je plukovník Michal Kudejne. Děkujeme taky jeho zástupci velitelů vzdušných sil.
While we wait for the departure of the Portuguese Air Force KC-390, our huge thanks to all of you for watching this live stream of NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2025. I have had a truly great time again at this show. It's like nothing else in Europe, probably nothing else in the world, with the mix of air and ground displays, all reflecting different aspects of military and civilian activity here in the Czech Republic, but also more widely across NATO, and international cooperation very much the name of that particular game. The flying displays have been full of highlights. I especially loved seeing the Italian Harrier. It's been a long time since we saw a Harrier display at NATO Days, but also the likes of the B-52 flypast we saw yesterday, the Slovak F-16 making its debut, the brilliant French Rafale, and so many more. Plus we said farewell to the Czech Air Force Sokol helicopters in yesterday's programme, and we said hello to the Czech Air Force's AH-1Z and UH-1Y helicopters across both both days of the show. It's certainly been well worth our while coming here, and I hope it's been well worth your while watching it as well. A few thank yous while I have you, of course, to the whole of the Plains TV team who have been here with me, to the whole of the NATO Days team that we've worked with, and two very special thanks. One to Dalibor Cibulka, my fellow commentator through so much of the weekend, and also to Martina Barankova, who has provided us with some invaluable support in bringing this live broadcast to you. So thank you to them, and thank you to all of you for taking time out of your weekend to spend it with us here on Plains TV's live broadcast from NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2025. And so time to enjoy the departure of this quite late addition to the participation list. A very, very attractive aeroplane. It's the Embraer KC-390, otherwise known as the Millennium, a multi-mission jet transport. I think a really attractive machine, which slots into the market just above the Lockheed Martin C-130J Hercules and is quicker, being jet-powered. It's the largest aircraft ever built by Brazilian manufacturer Embraer, but it's a really multinational production effort, and it's quite appropriate therefore to see this aircraft here, because OGMA in Portugal builds the sponsons and the centre fuselage, amongst other things, this being a Portuguese Air Force aeroplane. And the Czech Republic's own Aero Vodochody produces the rear fuselages for these aircraft, able to operate from all sorts of unprepared or damaged strips. And as the KC-390 designation suggests, this aircraft can be configured as a tanker, able to refuel fixed and rotary wing platforms from a couple of underwing hose and drogue pods. Entered service with the Portuguese Air Force in 2023. There are plenty of other customers, amongst them Hungary, which has already started taking the aircraft on. Also the Netherlands and Austria are looking forward to it being a C-130 replacement in their inventories. And who knows, maybe this is an aeroplane we could see in Czech Air Force colours in future, because it's known to be being considered, and it would certainly provide a very important larger airlift capability over and above what the Czechs already have with the Airbus C295 twin turboprop. So here goes the Portuguese Air Force Embraer KC-390. So as the 390 heads home to Portugal, that concludes our 3 days of live broadcasting from NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2025 here on Plains TV, the official live stream of this tremendous event at Ostrava's Leoš Janáček Airport. It's been an absolute blast for me, and it's been my great pleasure to talk you through this truly special event once again, and I hope it won't be too long before I'm back here, and the organisers would very much like to see as many of you who've been watching as possible attending in person for the next edition of this show. So from me, Ben Dunnell, from the whole of the NATO Days and Plains TV teams, it's goodbye from Ostrava.